Can we look at it without the sound on here?
Yes.
Yeah, if you can cue that up for me. All right, Ms. Love or Ms. Hilton, did y'all send the pages that we had discussed?
I did.
Okay, did you get those?
Nope.
Did you include the court?
Is it on this first building? Did no one? No.
Did anybody get them?
No, you don't.
Nobody got them.
I can show you where. I have to make sure.
All right, so I think we need to see what he.
Yes, it's just your scan because I scanned it. And
What time was it sent?
I sent it at 6:21 yesterday. Mr. Adams, Mr. Steele, Mr. Weinstein, Matthews.
Did anybody get an email called Your Skin?
I did.
Yes?
Yes. Oh, yes, I did do your scan.
Okay, well, that's it apparently. Did we get one, Ms. Percival?
I was just second.
I did photographs, right?
Yeah,
Yes.
I mean, I think it was supposed to be pages of the Twitter that she wanted.
I received your scan that had nothing but photographs, Instagram photographs.
That was it.
Okay, I think it was Twitter, not Instagram, but,
Oh,
okay, all right. Well, we didn't get it. The court didn't get it, so can you resend to Ms. Percival? And Mr. Sharp didn't get it. I mean, I don't know what happened sometime in the Ethernet between send and receive, but did everybody else get it? Mr. Harvey was, he's not even included.
I didn't send it to the board, I sent it to Ms. Percival.
Yeah, no, I know, but she said she can get it.
I just didn't. right, is there any other matters?
We need to address before we have our next witness and jury this morning.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay,
I just want to keep the court apprised. I was in contact with Mr. Atkins last night, and
Okay.
we compared lists. We have a slight discrepancy on what's in or what's out based on the court's ruling about the transcript.
okay,
We may have a discrepancy. Mr. Atkins is reviewing what I sent to him and will report back, but I assume the state is not planning on playing it immediately? Is that?
Pretty early, so.
pretty immediately. Sounds like. So maybe we need to get that sorted.
Your Honor? Yes. Excuse me, during this time where folks are looking, I just want to raise the issue of the request to not video Detective Gaither. I realized that in the past, there was a request for the media to not video Gaither, Detective Gaither, and I didn't realize this before. I'm sure I objected to it before, but
This is a weekly test of the emergency alert system. This concludes this test of the emergency alert system.
I don't understand the legitimate security concern regarding I mean, maybe they can articulate one, a legitimate security concern regarding Detective Gaither, because she's all over media. I mean, she's a star of First 48. She gets an 8.4 rating, actually, so it's apparently a pretty good show that she's on. But I don't understand why she can be on commercial television and the AJC and everywhere else and not be televised here.
I'll ask the state.
Your Honor, I think that, I know that this was dealt with previously. She is no longer in law enforcement. She's retired, and she, in her capacity at her current position, is not working as law enforcement, but is in a position that we believe warrants the protocol that was placed in place last time that she testified. There's
Can
no.
you share with me what that position is?
Sure, if the court will allow me to do it at the bench with whoever with defense wants to.
Okay,
So
is
I'm not-
she on shows like First
No.
48?
She does not.
Has she been on shows like First 48 identified as by her name?
I have not seen her on First 48. I cannot speak to what Mr. Weinstein said. I have never seen her on First 48. But if he says he saw her, I don't think, and I don't believe that there's any reason to change what.
Well, we could just ask her.
And Your Honor, we could, but she's not. If she was or is on some episodes of First 48 that are playing now, she was in law enforcement. She had to have been during that time. I know.
Right, the point is, if her identity is out there anyway, readily available for anybody who wants to see it, identified as a law enforcement officer, then
May I?
what? Yes. Order remains in place. Yeah, I know.
So then are you, you're trying to resolve short ahead?
The good news is out of all of the issues, there's only 3 that we disagree on,
Okay,
and we're trying to figure that out.
okay, that's fine. All right, well, I guess we can't really have the witness in to testify until those couple of things get figured out. So I'm gonna recess because I need to check on something.
question about some things.
Okay.
So, what did he say about that? Mr. Shart and the state disagree on number 14, page 81, line 22 to 82, line 2. The portion that the court kept out was, yeah, I told him Shannon hot-headed. The line after that, we have that it is included and available for impeachment purposes. They all want names for themselves. They want names for themselves. And when I asked the witness on the stand, I was looking to go back to see all that I asked him, but I don't have that transcript in front of me. But he said, when I asked him, it's everything that he said about the 3 people who are currently on trial. Or why is it that everything you say about them, you can remember they didn't say, or you told a lie, but you can't remember anything else. That would allow what he is saying here to be an inconsistent statement about them wanting names for themselves. That is the one area that there's disagreement on. There were 2, so the other one is.
Your Honor, can I respond to that
Let's do
one?
one at a time.
The-
And so the state had that it could be used for impeachment.
Yes.
The state keeps taking the stance that as long as something was, and I'm not conceding that it was a prior inconsistent statement because I don't recall them asking that, but they seem to be taking the stance that as long as something's a prior inconsistent statement, it's automatically admissible. And this is speculation. It's speculating about my client's intent in doing something that he wasn't even there for. So that was the foundation is, did my client say, hey, I did this and this is why? And that foundation was never laid. It's not a matter of prior inconsistent statement.
Right, yeah. And what you had was that it was out unless a foundation was laid.
Yes.
Yeah.
No, Your Honor, that's, I'd ask that the court check the court's notes because there was.
So I can't find my notes, unfortunately. I don't have any idea where they went to.
Because our notes are specifically that it can be used for impeachment purposes. And the argument that his client wasn't there is belied by the witness's statement to the police that he was, which the court is requiring them to keep out because the court ruled that it has to be kept out. About, I don't know why he's saying his client wasn't there.
I didn't say my client was.
It's just what he just said.
I said that.
No, that's not what he said.
He just said my client wasn't there. He literally just said my client wasn't there.
Okay, but that's not why it's being kept out.
I'm aware. You mean,
I mean, the ruling
was
would
that,
have been, I mean, it's the same thing as the similar one that we talked about yesterday. I would have said, lay a foundation that he actually knew that and it wasn't just his speculation.
Your Honor, this is someone who, during the course of this entire interview with the police, and certainly around this area, talked about his relationship with and how much time he spent with this defendant. I believe that as a member of YSL and as a person that we see throughout each of their social media pages, associating themselves with one another, not just Mr. Stillwell's, but Mr. Zachary's, that the jury should be allowed to hear what Mr. Zachary's observations were. If they are acting in a way, and he hears them on some occasions say, let's go get that.
All right, here's the thing, is that you didn't establish that this was based on his personal observation, or that he heard them say things like this, or that he had such a confidential, close relationship with Mr. Stillwell that they shared all of this kind of thing. You just didn't establish it.
Your Honor, that is because the witness would not acknowledge it, but the fact that he does, having listened to his interview multiple times, he establishes it in the interview. And that is the reason that we are saying the jury should be allowed to hear all of what he said so that they can determine which version of the truth they believe, the one where he's sitting in front of the defendants saying, now everything I said about them is a lie, or the version where he gives intricate details about his interactions with the defendant and the way or what he observed during those interactions. There are moments where he said, Woody was curled up on the couch. He was scared to go,
Okay,
you know,
but
that's
we're not
just an
talking about
example.
his relationship with Woody right now.
I'm giving an example of his observations, the type of details that he gave in the interview. And so as it relates to defendant Stillwell, he's telling the police how many times, when he interacts with them, what happens during the interaction. He's telling them when they started associating, they ask questions like,
Miss Love, I understand all of that. If it's just based on what's all in the interview, it seemed to me at the time, and nothing was established to convince me that this was anything more than his theorizing about what it was. And the rules of evidence are there for a reason. It's not that I want this in or I want this out. It's that it has not been established that he has a basis to say this beyond his own musings about it. And therefore the ruling stands. What's the next one?
so,
What's the next one?
okay, so I'm sorry, the first one was that it was, so it wasn't for impeachment purposes, it was something different. Okay, so the second one was, the call that the court addressed either later last week or earlier last week regarding, it was in August that the court addressed the call about them putting Shannon, Pokey, Woody, and Mr. Zachary when they were at Big Boo's grandmother's house. And Boo got a call from Mushi, and $10,000 was put on the head of anybody who set out to harm Lucci.
Mhm.
Mr. Zachary said that in his interview that Woody came in, it was stated there's $10,000 on the head.
Okay, is there a transcript reference?
Line page 22, I'm sorry, page 109, line 25 to page 111, line 4. And the court, number 22, redaction request number 22. I don't know if the court's,
I don't
Nope.
seem to have the chart. If I could find the chart, then I would have my notes. But anyway,
our chart says that it's in. I don't know, but
show me what the chart looks like.
It was,
Give it to me.
just, they tried to revisit this yesterday.
Show me what the chart looks like.
Don't
Just
show
turn
me.
it around and let me see it.
Mr. Atkins is coming up to the.
Oh. Is this something y'all gave me before, or this is just your own chart of my?
We used it, and we gave you a copy of it, and that's how we were referencing it in the arguments.
Your Honor, if I may,
Yes.
Mr. Shard's redaction chart that he sent to the court and state, that is the same list that when we went through the redactions in court, those 2 days or 2
Okay,
days and a
wasn't
half,
that,
and it was labeled from the 2015 interview 1 through, I believe Mr. Shard's last redaction was 43. And for reference, this is Mr. Sharp's redaction request number 22.
And I think that Mr. Atkins went over all of this last week. Do we not?
Okay, and what I wrote next to 22 was only to Kenneth Copeland or Zachary, not Stillwell.
And that is, my understanding is that Mr. Shard is arguing that the call itself, the fact that there was that call and he's arguing that all of that came out and we have that it is not out.
Yeah.
Well, the trick is, Your Honor, in this,
Can you try to use your mic?
in this transcript, in this passage, there are several references to we. That in the context, it's clear that Copeland is spilling the beans not only on himself, but on Shannon. So, for instance, I don't know if Your Honor has the
I
transcript.
do.
Okay, so for instance, 110, line 20, no, they said they did it. 111, line, where is it? There's 111, line 4. He like, man, we just shot up Lucci Mama's house. So there's things that in that spilling the beans by Copeland that in the context of this interview as it's played to the jury is going to implicate Shannon. I understand. Now I don't agree that this proves anything, but I understand the evidentiary rulings that Mr. Zachary at one time claimed he was in this room and he saw Shannon and Kenneth Copeland and they left and then they came back and I understand a phone call came in. But what Kenneth Copeland said while they were in that room is hearsay that does not fit into an exception and it implicates my client. So that's, of course, I would love if it just all came out. It would be cleaner and also I'd prefer it. But if we definitely need to, as was your ruling from the beginning, we need to clean up what Woody said insofar as it implicates my client.
Well, do you have a proposal for how to do that?
Take out what Woody said.
Short of that? I mean, is there something in here that it's, there's a Stillwell reference that can be cleaned up? What was the number for that first one y'all were talking about?
Your Honor, the first one was number 14. And the state does have a proposal when the court's ready.
All right, what's your proposal?
So, Your Honor, there was 3 requested redactions that all pertain to the shooting of Mr. Bennett's mother's home. And so number 21, Mr. Sharp's request number 21, the court, as the court just stated, permitted the state to address as long as it didn't pertain to defendant Stillwell. And so Zachary has a line when he's saying who committed this act, where he says Woody, Shannon, and Little Pokey. So the state is redacting where he says Shannon, so that later on when he references they or we, the jury will not hear that he definitively states Shannon.
Okay.
Well,
That ought to solve it.
well, that doesn't solve, the problem is we'd have to redact, and I don't think the state's gonna agree to this, but we'd have to redact Shannon from the whole story, because it's not just that Woody at one point says,
We did it, essentially, yeah.
it's not so much that Quindarius Zachary says, I mean, clearly, I want that out, but also in Quindarius Zachary's telling of this story, Shannon is with Woody in the beginning, which he saw with his own eyes. I understand why that would come in, but what I'm saying is the references to Shannon are not limited to the conclusory statement.
Well, I mean, that's just gonna be what it is.
Okay, so we're taking out the conclusory thing, but
Well, I mean, the specific, naming of the people, because I had said that could only come in if it was established that Stillwell was there when Mr. Copeland said we did it, and that wasn't established.
So the court, with respect to Shannon, that is the ruling that.
Right, so if you redact that word, then when later on, it doesn't sound like it's Shannon, it sounds like it's the two of them that he's already mentioned, so that fixes that.
But you can say, and you can get in the fact that Shannon, Woody told Shannon and Pokey, let's ride.
Yes.
Okay.
see, and that's my problem, Your Honor. I think that they inescapably refers to Shannon in the mind of the jurors, even if we take out the one conclusory line.
Well, I mean, that may be what you think, but that's the way we're gonna handle it.
Okay, I
What's the
understand.
next
And just for the record, Your Honor, it is the lines that I'm concerned about on the transcript are 111, line 4, where it says, he like man, we just shot up Lucci's mama's house, and page 10, line 20, where it says, no, they said they did it.
Okay, well, I don't agree that it still sounds like Shannon with
Okay, I understand.
only certain people were named and he's not one of
I understand the court's ruling.
them. Okay, what's the next one?
There's the only two, but I just.
Oh, I thought y'all said there were 3.
You said you said.
Okay, all right.
To make sure, I would like to make sure with the witness that those two areas are clearly understood. You bring her out here and something.
All right, and actually, for the number 14 that we were discussing before, my notes were that y'all had come to agreement about that. The one the very first one that we took up.
We agreed on hot-headed, they all want names for themselves is the portion that we have noted the court allowed us to use for impeachment purposes. Yesterday, I asked the court to allow us to include the hot-headed. The court denied the request, so the only thing and I said that was something we previously agreed on, the hot-headed. And the court denied that request, but the rest of it, the court said that it could be used for impeachment purposes.
Okay, so my note on that, now that I have the notes, is that y'all had agreed that I didn't make a ruling, that y'all had agreed that the character about Shannon was out except to show moving up because wanted to make names. So if y'all are no longer in agreement, then my ruling would be a foundation was not established. So I think we're ready for the witness and the jury.
may I speak with, since it is my witness, I just want to make certain that all the court's rulings are understood and that I articulate them to her so that we don't get into, because I already asked some questions to avoid some of this. And I want to make certain that we don't get into any.
Okay. Let's, if you could do that fairly quickly, because we've had the jury waiting for 40 minutes already.
May I just step out and?
Is the witness ready?
Yes.
All right, let's go ahead and get the witness in. We are waiting on both of Mr. Williams' attorneys. Have to tell them not to go to the bathroom at the same time. You can come on up to the stand. Hmm? You are.
I don't actually want to.
Well, she's already testified. You already have been testifying in this case. All right, I'll just, when the jury gets in, go ahead and have a seat for now. As we're waiting on one of the attorneys anyway, I'll just remind you that you've already been sworn. I need one of them back. All right, let's go ahead and get the jury.
You have to click on.
I'm sure it's somewhere. Is it? All right, thank you very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks for your patience while we sorted out some evidentiary matters this morning. All right, so we have Detective Gaither on the stand now, and I'll just remind you, ma'am, that you are still under oath. Go ahead, Ms. Love.
Thank you, Your Honor, and welcome back, Sergeant Gaither. Sergeant Gaither, would you please tell the jury whether during your investigation of events that happened in 2015 as they related to If Gang and YSL, you had an occasion to interview Quindarius Zachary on August the 5th, 2015?
Yes,
All right. And at the time that you interviewed him, did you call him to be interviewed, or did he or someone on his behalf reach out to you?
I know a couple people on his behalf that reached out to me
Okay,
stating that he wanted to talk to me.
okay. And I'm gonna, I'm gonna give you one that might work a little bit better. Okay. And had you left your number with family members of his, as you have in other cases, if they wanted to reach out with you?
Yes,
And is that the way that family member contacted you?
yes,
All right. Was Quindarius Zachary brought over to the Atlanta Police Department from the Fulton County Jail?
yes,
All right. Now, is it the custom that when a person comes in to see you, you make any observations about whether or not they're in any condition to talk? And by that, I mean, if someone's sloppy drunk, or if they're obviously under the influence, or,
yes.
and if they are in no condition, by your estimation, to talk, do you continue to talk with them anyway, or do you send them back, or?
No, I don't talk to anyone that's under the influence or under distress or anything. Just revisit it at another time.
Okay. And when you spoke to Quindarius Zachary on August the 5th of 2015, did he appear to be in any physical distress from withdrawals or anything like that?
No,
Okay. Did you see any sign that he was under the influence or in pain or anything like that, that would have prohibited him from clearly understanding questions that were asked?
no,
At any time, did you force him to sit down and talk to you?
no. It's people were calling me nonstop for like a week and a half, 2 weeks. So I just kind of took my time and let them sit there a minute. And picked them up when I was ready.
Okay. And at any time outside of that interview room, did you convey threats? Did you tell anybody, if he doesn't speak to me, something bad is gonna happen?
No, ma'am.
All right. Did you make any promises to him outside of that interview room through other people?
No.
Okay. And inside the interview room, did you tell him, let me back up. Are you allowed to tell people, if you do this, I will get your charges thrown out?
I'm not allowed to do that.
And did you tell Quindarius Zachary that?
No.
Now, to be clear, during the course of his conversation with you on August 5th, 2015, at some point, did he broach the subject of whether or not you all were going to be able to help him out with any of his charges?
He did.
Right. And did you tell him at that time that you were going to get him thrown out?
No, I did not.
All right. Your Honor, can we get access to the Zoom?
Unfortunately, I don't have access to the Zoom right now either, and I've just typed my team to let me in.
All right.
Maybe if somebody's listening up in my chambers, they could let Ms. Love and the court in, please. Normally, Ms. Percival does that, but she had to step out and handle another matter, so.
While they're doing that, I'll continue with the questions. When you spoke to Quindarius Zachary in August, had you already gotten, you remember when you talked to the jury last time about the Dexter Montgomery shooting?
Yes.
All right. And do you remember speaking to them about the surveillance footage that you were able to look at from that shooting?
Yes.
All right. Now, during your interview with Mr. Zachary, did you show him surveillance footage from the Dexter Montgomery shooting?
I showed him still shots, not actual footage.
Okay. And when you say still shots, would you explain what you mean?
Basically screen grabs or images of people that were depicted in the actual video. We just took a picture of that particular person and printed it out onto paper.
Okay. I'm going to show you what I believe has already been admitted as states 308 Yankee. And I'm going to ask you, who's in here? Mhm. Okay. If you recognize states 308 Yankee, and Your Honor, this does not have the sticker affixed to it. This is the exhibit that was labeled 308 Yankee.
Okay.
So I'm showing this to her and I'll get the exhibit.
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you showed this image to Mr. Zachary in the interview, okay. And for the record, it was 503 Yankee.
503, and it
And
was
it
that
has-
already admitted?
It was.
And I'm sorry, just like for housekeeping, are we gonna get an exhibit sticker on it, or?
Yes.
Okay.
It's actually the one that we admitted does have the exhibit sticker.
Oh, it's a copy of the, okay,
Yes.
no problem.
And so you spoke with Mr. Zachary. Did you have any reason to believe that he was at or anywhere around the Browns Mill Road area at the time that that image was captured on the surveillance footage?
No, I didn't.
Okay. Would you tell the jury what it was that you showed him that footage for? Why it was that you showed him that footage?
To help further that investigation, see if he can identify people that we had not previously identified involved in the Dexter Montgomery shooting.
Okay.
We knew that he was affiliated with persons that we were able to identify. So while we had him there, why not ask him?
Who was it that he was affiliated with that you were able to identify as being involved in that Dexter Montgomery shooting?
Walter Murphy.
Okay. What did you know about Mr. Zachary's affiliation or relationship with Walter Murphy?
We knew that both of them claimed to be YSL, so I assumed they knew each other.
Okay. And did Mr. Zachary confirm knowing Walter Murphy?
Yes, he did.
Did he call him Walter Murphy or did he use another name?
He called him DK.
All right. Yeah, Zoom up there. Can you play this? Don't share it. What's the number? Okay. I'm going to show you, and Your Honor, because it's a digital image, counsel for defense has been provided this, but I want them to see what I'm walking to the witness with. May I be permitted to show them what I'm showing the witness?
All right.
All right. Ms. Knight, that was 5. I'm going to show you what is 531 Yankee, a video on the screen. And I'm going to ask you, have you reviewed this video prior to coming in?
I have.
And is it a fair and accurate copy of the interview that you conducted with Quindarius Zachary on August 5th, 2015?
Yes.
Did you see any alterations or material changes?
No.
Okay. Your Honor, the state tender states 531 Yankee as evidence.
All right, that's admitted with, as we already discussed.
All right. Your Honor, I ask permission to publish.
You may.
And just for decorum's sake, I ask permission to seat myself while I publish it so that I don't.
Your Honor, ma'am. May
May
I
you
use this screen?
Is that one available?
It's up. I just,
Okay, yeah. Yes.
what do you?
If you want to use your phones, they're here. And Well, as you know, you contacted us, you want to come down here and make a statement about these cases that we have. Y'all been getting on my nerves, calling me, so we here. But even though you reached out to us, wanting to talk, I still gotta advise you, you're right, okay? Let's say yes, you gotta say yes, no. Just so you're fully aware of your rights. Spell your first and last name.
There's a QUIDARIUSCHARY.
What's your birthday?
8/21/93.
8/21.
21/93.
What's your address?
405 Cleveland.
Address, not.
They said move to they came out because of that.
Thank you. What's the zip code?
0354.
0354. Now, how you are?
I was like 5'10".
Yeah, how much you at?
Like 6'9".
You're brown, like that.
I ain't brown.
Your eyeball. Feeling good. Colored part is brown. What's the highest grade level you completed?
Graduate.
I know people graduated 8th grade. Did you graduate high grade?
High school, fuck, like. What else we gonna do? I don't know, but I graduated current.
What year?
I think over 9. Something like that.
You got a phone number?
I'm on them 445.
Phone number here.
KL.
And Your Honor, just for the record, the state also muted the phone number of his mother.
Zach. Yeah. That's who live at Cleveland.
All right. Let's go over this Miranda form. What's your middle initial?
Yeah. T.
What that stand?
That's all. It's okay.
Basically states I, Dairy Zachary, has been informed by the undersigned law enforcement officers prior to being questioned by them that I am suspected of the offense of aggravated assault, which is what you charged me for the two drive-bys in Fulton County, state of Georgia, on the 28th day of April 2015. That's the date that the incident happened, April 28th, 2015, okay? I'm gonna go through these one by one. If there's something that you don't understand, stop me, let me know I don't understand, and we're gonna go over it, okay? Your first right is that you got a right to remain silent, do not have to make any statements. Do you understand that? That any statement that I make may be used against me in court of law. Do you understand that? That I have the right to consult with my attorney and before making statements and to have said attorney present with me while I'm making the statement. You get that? That if I do not have enough money to employ an attorney, that I have the right to have one appointed to me by the courts to represent me and to consult with him before making any statements and have him present with me while I'm making the statement. Do you get that? That if I request an attorney, no questions will be asked of me until my attorney is present to represent me. Do you understand that? Has anybody coerced you or forced you or threatened you to come down here and make a statement? You sure?
No.
No, you're not sure?
I mean, I'm sure, but anybody forced me.
Okay. Can you read it? No, okay. Can you read and write English?
Yeah.
And I have had read to you today, what?
It's 2617.
What's going on? If you would, initial by each of those, and then if you would still agree to talk to us, sign down at the X. All right, we here. What's the big rush to talk to you? So, go back. Okay, say this. What you going first? About this, what you've been charged with. What do you have to say about the case? You wasn't worried. What did you hear about it?
Well, something that I was waking me up to my DJ I jumped. I'm like, so. And then,
You was at the house complete?
yeah,
Apartment, Mr. Adams, you say?
4 or 5 times. And then, that when she told me, that she had got shot at too.
That same night?
Yeah, she said, they got in a whole bunch of them, and then like Ill Gang had pulled up at my cousin's house. My cousin's over there one night. Tate, y'all know him?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
So I said,
yeah, I don't know his name, but she was going in the house. And she said they was shooting at the house, like they were shooting from apartment. She said,
where is this house located?
what you talking about? Landry, apartment,
Landry and Zone 4?
on campus.
Off campus?
Yeah,
So who stayed over there again?
my cousin Mitch, right, and Tate.
That's what Javante said.
Yeah,
She your blood cousin?
yeah.
I mean, you got people say.
No, I know real good.
So this gang got to shoot at them at Landry.
Yeah.
Is this before or after D got shot at? I mean, got jumped on.
She said it did happen later, like all the time.
So first D get jumped on, then the shootings happen.
And I'm really like, from how I heard, like when I heard her,
Okay.
I'm like, oh, I'm like, shoot, most of them call me, or something, one to know that.
Mm-hmm.
But she like, most of them cousin Dion, because these cousins, when you showing, they just shoot them in the face, so most of them told me they had to find around home. And then she like, then them D told, I would sleep, D told me them one, like, they had shot up the house.
D told you that, say that you kind of skimmed over that part. When you say D told Demetrius, right?
They real name?
You talking about the D, 30 D,
Yeah.
like Mechanicsville? Demetrius.
Demetrius told me, that they had shot at the houses.
Then who had shot at the houses?
Him, Tay, and who it was, Shannon. He just told me nothing. He said, come Tay, Shannon, and some other brother named Trey Dunn, being Tay.
Named Trey Dunn?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. He told you personally.
Yeah.
How did he tell you? Over the phone? In your face?
Yeah, he was my house. I was sitting there like he told me that they had shot the house, he said, and then what's called, that they shot up Larry, what Tay said.
So this gang came back,
Yeah.
shot up Tay house?
Yeah, someone right there. I guess that was she was gonna go there like, and
And then they went and Pier Room. And they went and shot at Pier Room.
Who went to shop at Pier Room?
Him, Tay, Shannon, Trey Down. He told me no for name. He already say that about Monson. But I kind of feel Monson with the other black figure that. I ain't got no call.
How close are you on Monson?
You know, my whole life. I told my dad my dad and him, they grew up here.
So you got a lot of loyalty to Monson.
For me?
Yeah.
Yeah, but I ain't got nothing. I had some of them, but he ain't got nothing for me.
How you know he ain't got nothing for you?
Shoot. But I ain't been talking to him lately.
Have you talked to him since you've been in jail?
Have I talked to him in jail? Yeah.
I mean, since he's been in, because you went in first.
So he told me that the Mickey told y'all why you scared, you tricked them.
The Mickey sat in that exact same chair, and you're gonna get the exact same treat that the Mickey. I don't have to trick people or lie, because phone records you like, oh man, right? And it's my trick. And that's what I'm saying. I feel like you kind of getting off track, because we got your phone records too.
Alright. Get that phone record.
This is what we do. Remember when we locked you up last time?
Yeah.
We came into the house and we ended up getting your phone number and stuff. And I got your phone record. Put that in the phone number.
No, I ain't gonna know.
Okay. Well, like I said, we can stop this right now because it's going in the wrong direction. I don't want to waste your time and mine. Because this shit don't matter to me. My shit is good. This is what's gonna fuck y'all. So I got the Mickey on. Because y'all, everybody thinking the Mickey on mission. This is the Mickey on phone number, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I got the Mickey on. I got yours.
And wait, one more.
I got more. Six, whatever.
So the media ain't necessarily have to tell it. You know what I'm saying? Technology. Totally.
So that's what I'm saying. That's why I was impressed about coming to get you and coming to talk to none of y'all. Y'all don't want to talk to me? That's fine. This is the opportunity for y'all to say y'all said. This is what's gonna fuck y'all. So I feel like once again you kind of going in the wrong direction. You say you come down here and be honest about shit.
I'm being honest.
You wasn't there.
I'm proud of myself.
So then we really ain't got much to talk about. This shit is on you. It ain't on me.
See, I don't talk about other things.
You need to talk, but you need to get over this bullshit first.
That's what you hear, though.
Yeah, because I think you thinking that you can tell us about a whole bunch of other shit and then get some help on your shit, but you gotta be honest about what you're here for. That's how that works. It don't just work like you tell me a whole bunch of shit and then we just forget about your stuff. You gotta be honest with what you got going on.
Me, Monson, Shannon, Trey Down, and D.
Which car was you in? There was two cars, right?
I was in car Monson.
Which was which car?
And
What color?
Great.
Who all was in the car with you?
Me, Monson, Shannon, and D.
And Trayon and
They was in love and Papa.
what color was that in Papa?
I heard the birthday or something. It's this.
Okay, the new one or old one?
Saying you want some cover out always, something like that.
Okay. How did you all know where they stayed?
Trade up. What is not trade up? Take.
How does Tay know?
Cause he said he been beat with them before.
So he knew where they stayed over there on Mosley Park on the address is 1428 Dale Avenue. Over there on Mosley Park, right? How did you even get involved in this? Because you wasn't at the club, were you? How did you even get involved?
When he shot his song.
So,
But
where did they shoot at Summer at?
Atlanta.
So they shot it before. This is the same night?
Yeah. They shot his song on her.
Okay.
And they shot it on I think they did shoot at the club. I don't know about the club.
So Summer was at Landrum Arms with Alexis and Tech.
Yeah.
They were in which car? Or were they in the car?
She went with Tay. She with this. They haven't got they did.
Okay. They in the car or they inside the car?
They're in the car.
They in the car?
They're in the car. They going in the house.
Okay.
And they She said he started shooting, but they shooting from way, not first night, they shoot from way in her first night. Did they make police report? I don't know. You know if anybody called the police or anything, did the police show up out there or anything?
I'm pausing it now at 2:26:51. I'm sorry, yes, 2:26:51. Sergeant Gator, as I turn this microphone back on.
Now, did you have an opportunity yesterday even to review and listen to this video recording of this interview that you did with Quindarius Zachary?
Yes.
And if you would lean in or bring that microphone a little bit closer to you, would you tell the jury who that is in the room with you and Mr. Zachary?
Detective Dennis.
All right. Now, as you listen to the interview, are you able to hear as clearly and as well as you were sitting face to face with Quindarius Zachary what it was that he was saying to you? Or did you understand that question?
I think I did. I mean, he appeared. I appeared to understand what he was saying. It was clear.
And what I'm asking is, as you sat in the room with him on August the 5th of 2015, were you able to hear him clearer or more clearly than you are listening to him on the video?
Yes.
All right. And having watched the video, are you able to recall and tell the jury if there are things that aren't as clear as we listen to it here today?
Some things, yes.
Okay. When you showed Quindarius Zachary a phone number, was that the phone number for his mother, or was that the phone number that you had for Quindarius Zachary himself?
That was a phone number that he utilized himself.
All right. And where had you gotten that phone number from?
His mother.
All right. Do you recall when it was or under what circumstances you got that phone number from his mother?
Yes.
Would you tell the jury about those?
I believe he was arrested early May for possession of a firearm. Shortly after that arrest, my team conducted a search warrant at his apartment off of Cleveland Avenue in hopes of recovering other firearms that he had recently purchased and other evidentiary things. And at that time, I believe he was in jail and his mother and some family members were in the apartment.
Okay.
And that's when I spoke with his mother, got his phone number, and also gave her my phone number and his girlfriend at the time my phone number.
Who was his girlfriend?
Summer.
Good?
Yeah, Summer Good.
All right. When Mr. Zachary, or Paul, asked Mr. Zachary, what is it that he wanted to talk to you all about? Did he say why he wanted you all to go first? Or did you hear him say, you go first, something to that effect?
Yeah, I think I asked him, what did he want to talk about? And from previous experiences, I know that when interviewing people, they want you to say what you know, and that way they can work their lives around what you already know, or get away from telling you the actual truth. So I leave it up to them to start it off, and he appeared to kind of be evasive and wanted to tell me about other shootings and incidents as opposed to what I wanted to know about the shootings from April 28th.
And when you told him that you wanted to talk to him about what he had been charged with, and he responded, I wasn't there that night.
Mm-hmm.
What did you do? What did you accept that as fact, or did you ask him, well, what did you do?
Your Honor.
Your Honor, there is also context that she can give that she has said she was clearly able to hear and discern in the interview room more clearly than perhaps can be heard on the video.
I don't know that it's been established that anybody's unable to hear it on the video. Sustained.
So when you asked him in the video, you weren't aware, well, what do you hear about? Did you know, or did someone tell you before you had gotten into the interview room what it was that he wanted to talk to you about?
His family members said that he wanted to talk to me about his case and other stuff.
Sustained.
And Your Honor, it's explaining what she was expecting and why she responded the way that she responded. So,
Sustained.
yes, Your Honor. Now, when he began explaining to you that Summer had called him or had come waking him up saying that Dee had just got jumped, at that time, did you have any information about Dee or Demikion getting jumped on April the 28th?
Yes,
And where was it that he had gotten jumped based on the information you had?
at Club Crucial.
And that's what, 2517 Donnelly Hallowell?
Sound about right. Yes.
At the time that Quindarius Zachary told you that she had gotten, or that Summer said that they had gotten into a whole bunch of shooting and that they had pulled up at his cousin's house, Alexis Bryant. Did you know the name Alexis Bryant?
I can't recall if I heard it or not.
At any point during the course of this investigation into these retaliatory shootings, did you hear the name or did you learn about an Alexis Bryant outside of the interview with Quindarius Zachary?
Yes.
What about Tay or Threat?
Yes.
What can you tell the jury about who that is, Tay or Threat?
I've been familiar with Tay or Trevante Turner for a while. He was a documented gang member. I believe he was in DC. I had several cases with involving him prior to this.
All right. And when you say Trevante and he says, I don't know his name, and goes on to name other people, are you familiar with those other people that he names as well?
I am.
When Quindarius Zachary tells you that Moontunk had been cussing Dee out, did you know who Moontunk was?
I did.
Who was Moontunk?
Antonio Sledge.
Before you heard Quindarius Zachary tell you or talk to you about Moontunk, did you know who Antonio Sledge was?
I did.
Right. And had you documented Moontunk or Antonio Sledge as being a member of any particular gang?
I did.
Which gang?
YSL.
All right. What about Demikion or D? Had you documented him as being a member of any particular gang?
Object. Hearsay, confrontation clause.
Overruled.
Yes.
What gang had Demikion been documented as belonging to?
As initially 30 Deep, and later on, we added a subset of YSL.
Okay. And when you said you're talking about Lil D from 30 Deep, is that what you meant, the gang 30 Deep?
Yes.
All right. And is 30 Deep a gang that operated in the Mechanicsville area of Atlanta?
It is.
When Quindarius Zachary first mentioned If Gang, Did you know what he was talking about?
I did.
Okay. And how was it that you knew what he was talking about?
I was familiar with If Gang, Inglewood family, as well as the recent beef between the two groups.
The recent what now?
Beef between Inglewood family and YSL/30 Deep.
And when you say beef, what do you mean?
Conflict.
Okay. When Quindarius Zachary talked about Perry Homes, where is that located?
Northwest Atlanta, near Johnson Road, Marietta Boulevard area, Perry Boulevard.
Does that still exist?
Perry Homes?
Yes.
No, it's some apartments, but it's not the actual Perry Homes projects that it was.
And do you remember the address that Perry Homes, generally what street was on Perry Homes?
I believe it's Drew Drive, Johnson, an area of Johnson Road, Marietta Boulevard. I believe it's 1903.
1903 Drew Drive?
I believe so, something like that.
All right. And when Quindarius Zachary talked about, that's when they went and shot up Perry Homes. Who did you understand him to be talking about having shot up Perry Homes?
The four people that he had just referenced?
Okay, Moontoon.
Moontoon, Shannon, Tay, Lil D.
Now, at the time, you know or understand Shannon to be any particular person?
Yes.
Who did you understand Shannon to be?
A member of 30
Your Honor, I'm going to object. Hearsay, confrontation clause, also ultimate issue within the province.
Overruled.
You may answer.
A member of 30 Deep, and also we added a subset of YSL to his profile as well.
And Shannon, did he have a last name? Did you know his last name at the time you were listening to Quindarius Zachary?
Yes.
And what is his last name?
Previously, we knew him as Shannon Stillwell, and a few years later, it was Shannon Jackson. So,
But that's the same person,
It's the same
Shannon
person.
Stillwell.
yes.
Before Quindarius Zachary mentioned Shannon, Tay, D, and Mountain shooting up Drew Drive, did you tell him that that's what you wanted to talk to him about, Drew Drive, before you went into the room? Did you say anything about, I want to know Shannon's involvement?
No, ma'am.
Did you tell any member of his family, I want to know Shannon's involvement in the shooting on Drew Drive?
No.
Before you spoke with Quindarius Zachary in that room and he said, I kind of figured Moontoon was there though. Did you tell him you wanted him to tell you about Moontoon's involvement in the shooting at Drew Drive?
No, I told him I wanted to know what his involvement was.
And when he said or spoke about people not having a car, when you asked him, why do you figure Moontoon was there? Did you understand him to mean who it was that he was saying had no car?
Yes.
Who?
Shannon and Little D.
Okay. Why did you ask Mr. Zachary about his loyalty to Moontoon? Do you recall asking him how close he was to Moontoon?
Yes.
And when he told you that his dad and Moontoon grew up together, and you asked about his loyalty, did he ever express anything different than, I have some for him, but he ain't got none for me?
I believe he did say that.
Okay. What made you ask him, had he talked to Moontoon since he had been in jail?
I knew Moontoon was arrested as well, and I kind of wanted to know if they were just trying to get their stories together to match. And he said that he spoke to him.
Okay. Now, that's an interesting thing. When you said you wanted to know if they were trying to get their stories together to match. Explain to the jury what you mean by that and why that was interesting or of note to you.
I like to have independent recollections of incidents, so I don't necessarily like if defendants talk and again try to get their stories to match to see what I know to sound more believable. So he didn't really go into detail if they spoke in depth or anything. He just said he spoke to him since he had been in jail.
At some point, did you speak with Antonio Sledge?
I did.
All right. And was whatever Antonio Sledge told you an exact match to what Quindarius Zachary told you?
No.
And when Quindarius Zachary told you that about his conversation with Montun and that Demekion having said he was scared and you tricked him, did you also talk to Demekion?
I did.
And is that Demekion Garlington?
It is.
Were Demekion Garlington's words an exact match to what Quindarius Zachary shared with you in the interview?
Confrontation clause, violation, hearsay.
Overruled.
Were they an exact?
You may. This might be a good time for our morning break anyway, so why don't y'all go ahead and have a restroom break. Mr. Steele, will you still need to approach? Okay. I suppose it's gonna take 5 or 10 minutes if we break as well, so. Can y'all avert the cameras? Thank you. Yes, sir.
Good morning, Your Honor,
Good morning.
and to everyone. Your Honor, Demekion Garlington is accused in our indictment and he's severed. There's some wonderful parts of his interrogation by Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis. And I can't go into it because he's not being called as a witness. He's not being given immunity. For the state now to say, does Mrs. Zachary's statement, and I believe the words, exactly match Mr. Garlington's interrogation? I'm objecting because I have no way of cross-examining that. I don't have Mr. Garlington here, and I'm not, this is like a backdoor way of shielding me and Mr. Adams from cross-examining Mr. Garlington, yet getting out some broad overview, exact, whatever exact means. And I'm objecting to it under Confrontation Clause and hearsay.
Okay, well, I understand the objection. I do not expect there to be any further, any kind of questioning that would try to get out what Mr. Garlington's interview does say.
Correct.
Okay. I mean, with that, I don't think that asking was it an exact match and getting an answer to that violates either of those things. So I'm overruling that objection.
Can we have a continuing if you don't mind?
You may, although I don't expect there to be any other questioning on that topic. All right. If anybody, I'm going to take a quick break. If anybody else needs to do that now.
Hey, everybody, thank you so much for watching our coverage of the Young Thug trial. Now, I want to take a quick second and I want to tell you about this stream's awesome sponsor, Upside. So what's Upside? Upside is a free app that gets you cash back on daily essentials like gas and groceries. So when I go to pump my gas, I can use the Upside app and get cash back. Real cash back. It's money that appears in your Upside app that you can transfer straight into your bank account. So once you have the Upside app, you claim an offer for whatever you're buying on Upside. You pay as usual using a debit or credit card. You follow the steps on the app and you get paid. And as you saw me just do, you can use Upside at places like Shell, Exxon, Mobil, 7-Eleven, Taco Bell. That's just to name a few, by the way. There are so many more. So to find out how much you could earn, click the link in the description to download Upside or scan the QR code on screen and use our promo code LCLive and you'll get an extra 25 cents back on every gallon on your first tank of gas. That's promo code LCLive for an extra 25 cents back on your first gallon of gas.
Just wanted to make
I
sure.
don't know if everybody, all the. Okay. Thanks. Go ahead.
Before we get started, I wanted to just make sure that 477 Yankee and 482 Yankee had already been admitted.
Would have been with which witness, do you know?
Mr. Zachary,
477. You said 477 and 482?
yes, why? That's Yankee. You can,
477, yes. Yes, both of them.
okay,
All right.
thank you.
You ready for the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes.
Okay.
Mhm. And Your Honor, is it okay if I ask the last question, allow the witness to answer?
Yeah, I don't think we got an answer, so yeah. What is, is that computer's?
I'm gonna, if you, hold on. Let me see something.
I can go to notifications and view that. Let me see the next page. The next page. Page before this, I'm going to this also. This one's the next. Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Love.
Thank you. Sergeant Gaither, before we broke, I think I asked you if what Demikion Garlington told you was an exact match to what Mr. Zachary told you.
No.
At some point, did you all speak with Kenneth Copeland during the course of this investigation into these shootings in 2015?
Yes.
And did you speak with him multiple times?
Yes.
Was what Kenneth Copeland told you in either of the interviews during either of the times that you talked to him ever an exact match to what Mr. Zachary shared with you on August 5th, 2015?
No.
Vague, exact match.
Overruled.
Also then object, Your Honor. The jurors heard the statements of Mr. Copeland. They'd make that decision, not this witness.
That's ultimately true.
Outside of any interviews that were captured on video during any interactions with Kenneth Copeland, did he ever give you an exact match of what Mr. Zachary shared with you on August 5th?
Your Honor, I don't have any reports or other, I'd like those reports in draft before.
Is there a foundation for that question?
I can make a foundation. When you took Kenneth Copeland, or when Kenneth Copeland was brought over after he was arrested at the Dunbar Center, was he interviewed?
Yes.
Okay. And did you help transport him?
No.
Okay. Are you aware of any statements by Kenneth Copeland that are an exact match to anything?
Same objection.
Yeah, okay, so are there any statements by Kenneth Copeland that aren't reduced to writing or on video?
By you? Were there any interviews or statements?
That you know of by anybody having to do with this set of circumstances?
Not by myself or Investigator Dennis, no ma'am.
Do you know of any from anybody else? Okay. Then move on to the next question.
And when you told Mr. Zachary, Demikion sat in that exact same chair, was that after you had interviewed Mr. Garlington? In
Yes.
other words, okay. And did you ever try to trick anybody?
No.
I'm going to continue playing Your Honor at 2:27:48.
Okay. She told me what happened. I told her she told me what happened right up front. And then that one, I called Moonton. And Moonton told me that he was outside. Say they ain't want me to ride, but they wanted me to ride, but they didn't want me to ride. What you mean? Like, they wanted me to go with him. But I ain't have to do that. So where were you sitting? I was sitting in the back seat.
Oh, how did you sit?
Huh?
Let's break this down.
Shannon's in the front, D right there, on my side, Moonton drive.
Whoa, let's break it down.
So Moonton driving, Shannon front passenger, you sitting behind Shannon? Yeah. And Mickey on behind Moonton? Yeah. Okay. So what exactly did they say they was gonna do? Like, why they picking you up? Now you
Say the passenger, seat truck one time. Mountain driver, Shannon front passenger.
me. And D.
Good D. And then
The other D.
the Mickey on.
Yeah. When we made take them, they was in difficult.
What kind of car you said, the orange is it?
Yeah, bro. They want to call orange.
Who called it?
The boy turned on. Is that his real name or is that like a fake name? It's straight up. I didn't know because I'm gonna get it in. I'm gonna get it with it. They won't be blood, but like no one did like regular games. I don't know what we want. It won't be blood. So who all was in the car when they came to pick you up? Moonton Shannon D. Okay, Moonton Shannon D was in the car and came to pick you up. Where'd y'all go? She went there when I last went to the house on MLK. Shannon D and Tay got the car. Man, Moonton stayed in. Shannon D and Tay got out the car and did what? They went to shot at the house. What kind of gun did Shannon have? Shannon had a Draco 752. Where is that gun at now? I don't know. Whose gun is that? I don't know. They already had the gun. What color is it? Like a chocolate. Like a chocolate. They got like 8 I said, what color is it? What kind of gun did they had? 762 AK. And it looked like their gun, but it looked like what? It looked like a big old deer gun, but it was an AK, you say? What about the Mickey? He had a Moonton gun, which was what? That gun I had caught with. And you didn't shoot? No. But don't you know, you went about like 3, 4 firearms. Okay. Well, what tripped me out of those?
They tricked you out all of them, man.
Yes, he did. We gonna get to that though.
Right.
So, did Trayon shoot any guns? No, he was driving. So he was driving. So the driver basically stayed in the car. Yeah. And you stayed in the car. Yeah. How far did they get up to the house? I don't know, man. What's some call way back? Like, they got up close to the house, though. I think like the front drive. I don't know if they got it up to the door. I know they got the drive. I seen them up. Now they shot that house. And then they went to Pier home. Okay. How did you guys know what apartment was at Perry Homes and who type? They know what Philo Girl, because that's Philo Girl house, right? That's what you think they want. Okay, Mom? So they know them from boy side, basically. Y'all don't really all have home together. Right. They beat before too. So, like, they said the woman knew that take shots at the house. But how is it that, because Tay's not flying, how is it that Tay even rolling with Shannon and y'all like that? Tay from Calhoun, me and Luke from Calhoun. He's originally Calhoun. Yeah, and he's saying Big Boo, no Big Boo. He went for it. Yeah. Always, we saying Boo, and I was met Tay. Okay, so he just cool with y'all from there. And then, now we had went, so let's go with Perry Home. What about? someone disability, from what, so, somebody spot that did that in Cleveland. Like, somebody, like, house or spot? What was the spot? A spot? I mean, you got to be laying there, I don't know, a truck spot. What kind of, bullets did y'all get? I ain't getting none for Trump, they got some, they got some, I ain't getting none for, the 223, they got some for the Trump too.
Who had the 223? Clay?
This is the one that the Mickey and I had, my mom's not going, that shoot, 223 rounds. So, is that Monsoon's gun that had the double drum? Is that the one you talking about? Yeah. That's the one that didn't shoot?
So the gun that you got caught with on May 7th,
Yeah.
that's Monsoon.
Stupid. He needs my gun to go for verify that now.
He needed your gun.
Little small. That little gun y'all didn't got. That ain't that what they all got? A little bit gun? Yeah.
Yeah.
40, what is it, 40? 40 Smith Wesson. So he needs my gun to go for verify. So that's your 40? Yeah. Cause we just got him last week, I ain't had a chance to run yet, but I had just one, it's not like a day or two before that, from Boulevard, one of the apartments, 493 Boulevard, I had one.
Yeah, I know. From Arrowhead. How y'all doing now?
Yeah, I got a receipt.
I got something better for you.
Sergeant Gaither, at this point, at 2:34:22 in this interview, can you tell the jury what is being shown to Quindarius Zachary on Detective Dennis's phone?
Surveillance video from Arrowhead pawn shop of him purchasing firearm.
How did y'all get that? How did you all?
Down there and got it.
Okay. What was it that led you all to drive down to Arrowhead and get that surveillance footage?
We had receipts from where he purchased the firearms, and we ran his name, we had his name run through the federal system to see what all firearms he purchased and the locations, and that's how we were able to narrow it down to Arrowhead Pawn Shop in Jonesboro.
When you talk about the federal registry or list or whatever that is, could you explain what that is that you are looking at to get his name? What is it?
The federal government basically has a database that keeps track of persons that purchase firearms. During this investigation, we work hand in hand with the ATF, and we utilize them and assist them with checking names through their federal system.
Does that list or system from the federal government include firearms that are purchased illegally on the street?
No, it's just firearms that are purchased from gun shops, gun shows, or pawn shops.
When you said that you had receipts of guns that Quindarius Zachary had purchased, where did you get those receipts from?
From his apartment when we executed a search warrant.
And that was after his arrest in May?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember any other items that you were able to recover off the top of your head?
I believe we recovered a firearm, a couple of cell phones. That's all I can remember at this moment.
Now, when Quindarius Zachary mentioned the little 40 that he had just gotten 2 days before he got locked up, did you all, and you said we still have to run that. What did you mean?
We recovered a 40 caliber Smith & Wesson, which is almost the size of the palm of your hand, from his apartment. We hadn't had an opportunity to have the ATF test fire the gun to see if it came back to any other shootings or stuff like that.
And why is it that you all were asking Mr. Zachary where each person that he said was in the car that Monkton was driving, where each person was seated. Why was that of any importance?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
Overruled.
Just to get a better understanding of each person's position in the vehicle and based on where we recovered evidence from the shooting, just kind of wanted to make a determination.
And when Mr. Zachary is showing or motioning to Detective Dennis on the paper that Detective Dennis has in front of him where each person is sitting, is he motioning in a manner consistent with what he had just verbally said to you all?
Yes.
When you asked Mr. Zachary about Tay knowing where Philo stayed, who is the Philo you were talking about?
Philip Collins.
And Philo's girl, who is that you were talking about? Do you remember her name, Kenyatta Troutman?
Yes, Kenyatta Troutman.
And was that who you were talking about?
His child's mother, yes.
And where was it that she lived?
1903 Drew Drive, Perry Homes area.
Now, Philip Collins, do you know did he have a brother?
Yes.
And was Philip Collins documented in any of your files?
Yes.
How was Philip Collins documented?
He was a member of Haiti Gang.
Haiti Gang? What about his brother? What was his brother's name?
Your Honor, this is confrontation clause and hearsay. I have no documentation.
Y'all approach. Yeah, thanks.
And Sergeant Gaither, as I was asking before you stepped out, Philip Collins, you said that he has a brother?
Yes.
And what is his brother's name?
Darren Mills.
Is Darren Mills, to your knowledge, older or younger than Philip Collins?
He's younger.
Do you know about how many years younger?
Roughly 5.
Okay. Does Darren Mills have a nickname?
Yes.
And what is his nickname?
D.
Now, is D a member of any gang?
Yes.
What gang is D a member of?
You may.
You may answer. What gang is D a member of?
Haiti Gang, as well as the subset Inglewood family.
Is that If gang when you say
If gang.
Inglewood?
I'm
Is Philip Collins also Inglewood family or If gang?
Yes.
Are you familiar with Philo and Dee's mother's name? Or address?
1428 Adele Avenue is the address. I believe her name may be Denise.
Is Cecilia Davis the mother?
Yeah.
Is Denise Bell the sister of Cecilia Davis?
Yes.
All right. Are you familiar with whether Philo and Dee have a sister?
Yes.
Do you know what her name is?
She's the twin sister of Darren. I believe her name is Diamond.
Diamond?
Diamond
And what is Darren's last name?
Mills.
All right. And do they have a sister, Stacy Adams?
Correct, yes.
Did Stacy Adams live at 1428 Adele as well, to your knowledge?
I don't recall.
Okay. When you ask about Tay knowing Philo and Philo's child's mother from the west side, what did you mean?
They both were from the west side of Atlanta. Mr. Zachary stated Tay was originally from Capitol Homes, but he grew up on the west side as well. The same as Darren and Philo. So there's only a couple of high schools, a couple of middle schools in that particular area. So
Where is Capitol Homes located with relation to the west side?
Capitol Homes is more or less downtown, Memorial Drive area. The west side is considered Bankhead Highway, Hollywood Road, parts of Martin Luther King, Cascade.
Okay. And did you prior to Quindarius Zachary telling you that he and Moontoon were from Capitol Homes, and that is where Tay was from, were you aware of those facts before you went into the interview?
No.
Sustained.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I'd like to revisit that at a break or another time. Now, when Quindarius Zachary said that Tay used to hang with Big Boo, and you mentioned the name Quentin Porter, would you tell the jury how you're familiar with, just briefly, Quentin Porter or the name Big Boo?
I'm familiar with Quentin Porter, aka Big Boo, from Cleveland Avenue area. He was a known gang member of Raised on Cleveland Rock Crew. Worked several investigations involving him, so I was familiar with the name.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm going to resume at 2:34:22. Actually, before I do, let me ask you this. When Quindarius Zachary referred to a spot and then told you a trap spot on Cleveland, would you tell the jury what a trap spot is?
Trap spot is a location where drugs are normally sold or illicit activities conducted.
And based on the investigations that you have conducted as a detective in the gang unit and during your time with the Atlanta Police Department, is a trap spot ordinarily a place where guns and ammunition are also stored?
It is.
And at the time that Quindarius Zachary told you about a trap spot on Cleveland, at that moment, did you know what trap spot on Cleveland he was talking about?
Not at that exact moment, but I had an idea.
And was the idea that you had confirmed at any time?
No.
Okay. Picking up at 2:34:22.
Yeah, I guess we did all of it. So after we went to Pier 1. Okay. Then don't even got out of the shot. Who got out of the shot this time? Tay, D, and Shank. Tay, D, and Shank. Okay. And they had the same guns they had before from there. Nah, there was another one called this time. And called Tatum. What's his name? His name Lee. Lee? Yeah, he got out. Yeah. Yeah, the handgun. You remember what? I didn't know. Two handguns. Who called you then? He didn't call Tatum. That's Tatum from. They only got no hospital. We'll make that go.
Pausing at 2:35:28. Sergeant, at the time you spoke with Mr. Zachary on August 5th, 2015, did you know either Tay, D, Shannon, or Mooktoon to be wearing dreads during that time?
No, they weren't.
Okay. And when Mr. Zachary told you about a person named Lee, did you know of a Lee associated with them, with YSL? That did have dreads at the time.
I knew of a Lee that was associated with Tay and Traydon from MDC.
Okay. Now, what Lee was that you knew of?
Ali Caldwell, Caldwell, Caldwell.
And when you say dreads, are you able to describe the type of dreads that Ali Caldwell had?
Yes, he had, not necessarily like dreads like mine, but they were more or less like big plaits. If any of you guys are familiar with the rapper Jay-Z, the larger plank style locks, that was his hairstyle at the time.
Thank you. Continuing at 2:35:28.
I did, period on that shot. I period on that shot. Shoot. Well, now, where they drop the island out? 405 on Big Nine, but they make me on, we better call me at gas station. Which gas station? On Silver Road. I called one from the house. Which one on Silver? The Chevron. Like right by 166? Yeah. I forget what time. So someone met you right there, picked you up, and then she drove you to the house. We got my cousin drop you off at the house. I'm gonna keep on coming because she still goes to the house. Okay. So tell me about this line stuff. Hey, she said shine. Well, why do y'all call yourself slime? Number one, I'm like, no slime. Why do they call themselves slime? Because we stealing stuff. It looks like you being slimy around. I feel like, say me you cool, right? And you got a girl or something. And you leave out and I talk to your girl. Try to talk to her. You really like slimy, it's good.
So there's no rules, like, it's like, I slam that nigga.
Yeah.
Like, so even if we cool, I can rock you around me, and it's like, I'll just slap.
Yeah.
So basically, no rules, no laws. But you say you ain't slam?
I ain't like, let me know, let me get out.
Why?
Cause my brother, and you know, don't really want me hanging around.
But you do.
I know. He be mad. Who's your brother? And I ain't tell you. He be mad at the dread. Yeah, how you know? Oh, man. He mad that I hang around these and moving them. But he's fine though, ain't he? Yeah, he's fine. So I'm saying, what does it matter? If he don't look right, I'm sick. Mm-hmm. So if like something happened to me, he'll feel bad because you kind of got down to it. I did 30 deep and Cleveland and the Lakers for a long time. Like, y'all been fucking each other. Those stuff looking at Woody. So that just kind of brought everybody up. How close are you on Woody? Or how close were you? Only reason we got close because I was hanging more from hanging with the and then another one, Woody was called. We started it. So the Woody people meeting Demetrian and Shannon, everybody just kind of started waking up. Yeah. Y'all ain't never had no problem, nothing with each other? No. We ain't never had no problem with Campbell, but I ain't never had no problem with Campbell. I ain't never got into it about from Campbell. Anybody never got into it about from Campbell. Mm-hmm. It just ain't go like that. So how did it get to a point where, you know, you really didn't have too much, really, what not, no, what beef started, that's what you're saying? Yeah. Carol them shot up, get them out, the dugout. Right. And then, the double Woody had common experience or something. Mm-hmm. And then he was like, but they had shot through a window out. On which car? The SF. Right. And throw like, no, I ain't cool no niggas, they take my window. Mm-hmm. But why they shoot up the dugout, Dominic? Woody and Carol had some person going on, I guess, big bad. Mm-hmm. Who got more girl, more money. Both want, and that one like money. They collecting somebody else's shit. Yeah. So, you know how it is. Kill one, like, go come in crucial, give a little money doing stuff. Kill don't want to do that. Right. Yeah. But throw one, he ain't clipping them, he ain't like them. Right. He ain't like, kill shot out the window. So just over there in windshield, never kind of tied together, huh? I mean, I wasn't there. Like, I didn't do it. Yeah, I didn't know. I'm saying I wasn't physically there.
We know about it, but how many times they shoot it?
Like 200.
So they was just dumb.
Yeah. But they knew y'all was in there? Yeah, people posting pictures on Instagram, videos on Instagram. I turned it off. she posts videos on Instagram and stuff. And shoot, everybody finna go. Those we got no perk. So everybody walking to their car. I say, bitch, I'm still young. I ain't got no gun with me, so I ain't gonna send me walking out there. Then you hear gunshots stuff going on. They say it was in the woods across the street or something. Then everybody right out the door. Everybody was in those guns right out the door. Everybody didn't do some money.
So when this windshield got shot out, he can run and kill about it?
Like, what? He ain't know. They ain't know the church. They thought it was DC did. And then I got shot.
Who shot you?
I don't know. It's shooting at school. They thought NBC did, but come find out NBC didn't do it. Kill had told up their mom who created he had did it. And she messed with Moonton. She told Moonton. And wait a minute, Thug baby mom was messing with Moonton? No, Thug baby mom told my sister. Okay. And my sister was messing with Moonton. Okay. So Tor? Yeah, okay. And I went from there.
So, I'm just trying to follow you. So y'all in the dugout, they shoot up a bunch of rounds. Y'all come outside. They stay outside. I ain't no gun. Well, they went outside. Everybody made it out there?
I don't know.
I mean, how do you know that it was Kalen that did it?
I just told her I didn't know. Cause Kale, I told her they thought it was MTC or somebody else. Kale ran his mouth to Gucci Red trying to play us. And then that was,
That's when he got back.
yeah, she told my sister told Moonton. Cause they Moonton told Doug that it was Kevin. Moonton told Woody and threw it up.
Okay. So this incident with chain and phone getting stolen out the car.
I wait for.
I don't know. When did this happen with the dugout? That was January, right?
Yeah. I got shut up with these homes.
In December.
Yeah.
So from that point, it was really on like y'all just didn't fuck with each other. Meaning,
Yeah.
YSL and
I ain't messing with each other. I ain't remember each other.
Pausing, Your Honor, at 2:42:14. And we will advance to 2:43:13. Sergeant, while we are advancing, I'm going to ask you a couple of questions. Did you know during your interview with Mr. Zachary in August 2015, that before he told you, did you know that he was sick, as he called it?
yes.
All right. And was that with an autoimmune issue?
Yes.
Okay. Was there anything about that illness that at all appeared to affect his understanding or ability to communicate with you during the August 5th interview?
No.
When you heard Mr. Zachary say that he had never had a problem with Mechanicsville, did you have any particular understanding, or what was it that you understood him to mean? The area, the physical location, Mechanicsville, or something else?
Objection, Your Honor, relevant speculation.
Overruled.
I understood it to mean 30 deep. 30 deep operates in Mechanicsville.
And based on your background and your expertise as a gang expert, Woody, Shannon, and Demekion, did they have any affiliation with 30 Deep?
Yes.
Were they all each 30 deep?
The three you just named? Yes.
When you heard Mr. Zachary talking about Kel, who did you understand him to mean?
Kelvin Watts.
Is Kelvin Watts in a gang?
Yes.
What gang?
Bird Gang, as well as Inglewood Family.
If gang.
If Gang.
Okay. As you heard Mr. Zachary talk about the dugout, were you familiar with that location?
Yes,
And is that also the gambling house?
it is.
Where is that location?
Around Lakewood Avenue, McDonough Street, not the city, but
All right. And is that an area that you knew of any particular gang to hang out?
Southeast Atlanta. I mean, it's kind of no man's land.
Okay.
It's really close to the area for If Gang, but it's not necessarily within that territory.
And before Mr. Zachary told you about the dugout getting shot, did you know about that incident?
From previous interviews, yes.
All right. We're going to pick up with the interview.
Every Monday, y'all know y'all got beef, y'all still go to the club. I ain't go to the club Monday. You ain't go to the cruise like that. But you hung out with him, like, almost like, I was what I said, I'm talking about Ken. Oh, yeah, I ain't one. But I'm not gonna preach one Monday, then not going there Monday if I do it, gonna be something. Right.
So since you got shot, was it November, right?
Yeah.
How many times did you went to cruise since then?
About 10. I know that. Not 10.
November to January, because it's November. They closed one
No,
night.
that's in November, January, probably like, we had went out of town. Probably like 5 times. Like 5, 4, something like that.
So when did you and so once he found out from the girl that Kel did that, then what happened?
He said, what?
And then what?
Then we were like, oh, alright. And then they shot at Kel. I heard about that. Oh, NFL? Yeah. Well, they moved to shot at Kel. And they went to them.
When did y'all make it?
They make what? I heard no video talking about.
What are you talking about?
Moved to mad about you.
When did y'all make that?
Let's see. Moved to mad about you.
When did y'all make that?
It was after that shot up.
So sometime in December.
January. Sometime January. Yeah. So, fast forward from December to January. So we're in January now. How and why was Nut killed? If Nut, because you ain't really mentioned nothing about. That's what I'm saying. I'm not involved in word raising, but maybe Yeah. And doo-wop, and doo-wop. What doo-wop look like? I don't know, you don't get IG. That's a little doo-wop, man. Look at me. Yeah. How do you know this? I know, because they told me. Who told you? Shane told me, they told me. Why did they tell you? Who was it? The house, somebody. Which house? The old house. Where the new one? Or the old? His condo down there? Yeah. What exactly did they say? A lot of folks ain't go out and hang murder, man. What you mean? Alright. It's a big old lot of folks that has something to do with it.
Explain that from start to finish. Break it down how it happened.
Yeah, one of the girl. Her name Bush. They saw nut. They saw nut with it. At the barber shop. With all the hanging at the barber shop in Texas on top. They saw nut. And D was in the car with him, but D got another car. Which car were they in when they saw him? The Infiniti G35. What color was it? It was I forgot what color it was. The old manager had rented it. Yeah. I forgot what color it was. Man, what was it? It was my car. Yeah, man, we was in the late on that night. We went to a kickback. Okay. I thought we had rigged it. Well, we did. We spent around the freeway. Yeah, drugs up on the. No, we was just fine. It was like talking to me and him. He was fine, trying to see what he was doing. You remember where they rented the car from? No, I don't know what she rented from. So Amelia, you definitely know Amelia the one that rented the car. So Amelia rented the car for Doug. Now who did Doug give it to? Who he let drive? Yeah, who he let drive? No, yeah. And Shane and Dua. They put me to meet yeah, girl. Bush. Where were they supposed to meet Bush at? I don't know, they pulled me there, but I know they pulled him up. That's okay. How did they end up over there by the Texas? Did they go looking for him? No, they probably left the studio. I went there when they, like, I felt like, my little nigga had a bullet, and then Moonson called, like, Moonson didn't even know. Moonson, like, somebody just killed him up. And, like, he's like, me, who this guy out? And then, Woody was scared, cause, like, they chased him and all that. So did Woody have anything to do with Nut being killed? No. So, when they drove past the barbershop, were they specifically going for Nut, or were they going to somebody else? They wanted to serve. But when they saw Nut, were they saying we're going to get Nut, or was it somebody else who's going to get Nut? What?
Pausing at 2:48:20. Advancing to 2:48:33. Sergeant. The photograph that I showed you earlier that was marked as 503 Yankee. Who was depicted in that photograph that you were asking Quindarius Zachary to identify?
Demise McMullen, aka Nard.
Nard?
Nard.
Okay. And when he told you, when Quindarius Zachary told you the people who were in the car and was describing Donovan Thomas's murder, who did you understand him to mean when he said Nard?
Demise McMullen.
Is that the same Demise McMullen that you looked at in conjunction with Kelvin Treadwell for the Dexter Montgomery shooting?
Yes, I arrested him for that shooting.
picking up at 248:33.
How did it, what, I think she's trying to ask, how did it get to a point? So you never said none of this.
Good. They say it's power. They like me like all last in their week. They say nut said whoop or something. It's a go. And then so power was the game meeting. Yeah. So you said his game had a power. They stopped him in the case. Okay. And they said that Ysl Dirty got a green light, which basically means you kill him if you see him like they fool. Yeah. So why did he put that out there? Do you know why he said that? I don't know. Cause they had never shot it. They had never shot it before. Like when you know teach like when they killed nut, why did they do that nut? Right. It was never teaching that nothing, man. So do you remember the exact words that Shannon told you as far as what happened? Yeah. I was just coughing nut down bad. You said we coughing nut down bad. Like me, yeah. No, do what? I'm like, oh. They, I'm still got a gun in there. Which kind? Yes, AK-72, right? He said, you said you gonna say what kind of gun they had for the murder, right? You said the AK-76. Whose gun was that? That was what else? That a 4.5. I don't know what else. Whose gun was the 4.5? Yeah. You remember what brand it was? HB or something. XB? Yeah. You know what that gun is now, or what these guns are now? Like, I know. Let me finish the story. They caught me down there. They took the guns and cost OG Bentley. You know Bentley? Cattle Terrible. They gave him guns in the car. What did he do with it? He hid the gun and they took the car back. Do you know where he hid the guns at? I don't know where he hid the guns. I know they took to his spot on Cleveland. You know where in Cleveland? His spot? Yeah, I don't know the address. It's on Oak Drive. On Oak Drive? Yeah. So, this is all what Shannon is telling you. That was, these were both. Shannon ain't got told me, but then Shannon told me first. So Shannon told me, they both told me the same story though. Where were you guys when Shannon was telling you this, and what day was it? The same day or the day after? Same night. Shannon, I was walking through, they walked me in the room, they pulled up at the house. And Shannon finna go with her out. And all the boys was going out the gun, like, he like, we got no gun, they see Moose on gun. Right. Moose had no handgun. They see Moose on gun and go to the store. Moose say, like, I got no bullet. And Shannon started talking. Moose on still ain't know, he ain't know that night. Right. He ain't know that night that nothing got killed. Nah, he knew that nothing got killed, he didn't know that they did. They're like, Moose don't talk too much. That's what I heard too. And then down Shannon was telling me the story. Say they were going to be bushing, but they looked up and seen nothing. Say they had rolled back around. And then started shooting them. So he had nothing to walk. So was Kel out there? No, I don't think Kel went out there to the bar shop.
Well, he wasn't the target.
I don't think he was out there. They just like, we seen nothing. Right, because Nut made the call for all the youngsters. Nut had the rank, right? You know what Nut rank was? What? I'm asking you, know what his rank was in his? No, I told you OG or something. Yeah, OG. So, because he made the call and green lighted Ysl 30D, he tell the other ones what to do, so they was the ones gonna be coming after y'all, so it makes sense to take him out instead of like, I ain't never shot at me. Like, your game, they ain't never shot at you? They shot at me one time, but I don't know if that was them for sure. Where we were? In the farm on Empire. See, y'all heard about that? Y'all didn't know they had something to retaliation? I don't know. Yeah. Are you saying that was them? Because we had it in. Yeah, they had to be them. Well, I ain't know. They signed until they got on tours. Who was doing? People between, stood between. What was they saying? Like, we should have done, they made a police report. Something like, yeah, they say we should have done, they make a police report. But you just want to say that. So, what did Nard tell you, if anything different than what Shannon said, like any exact words? No, I didn't tell him that. I mean, not Nard, yeah, just like, Those was going out of town. Well, he had left one out of town. Where'd he go? He went to Florida. Okay. That night? Yeah, we both went to Nidde like that morning. Mm-hmm. Well, we did see that morning. Who all went down to Florida? Me, Shannon, D, Woody, and yeah. And had left before. She said, they jumped the spring back to us. So you, Shannon, D, Nard, and Woody? Yeah. So y'all went down there on the sprinter bus. Who down there? Me, Shannon, Nard, yeah, Woody. Okay, yeah. I got you exactly.
You had, when you, the meet that I went to.
Yeah. So this was the next day after the murder? Yeah. Did you hear Nard say anything about it? No. I ain't gonna say that about it. Like, it can't get out. Another time said something about we got back from that. About how long after the murder, like, how long were y'all in Miami? Me, Shannon, D, and Noah. And yeah, we just stayed down there 2 days, but we want to come back there before they did murder. They did down there at Birdman, we was down there scared. Cause they was shooting up on the house, right? He down there scared, he didn't leave on the sofa, right? And then, don't know, like, and then Woody gonna fold. Alright, what you mean? How you gonna tell him?
Stopping at 2:55:13. Sergeant. I want to talk a little bit about what you covered with Mr. Zachary in the clip that the jury just heard. Now, when you're talking to Mr. Zachary about Donovan Thomas's murder, had you been assigned by the lead detective to get any information on that murder?
No.
And were you at any time working under Detective Thorpe while you were investigating the back and forth shootings between YSL and If Gang in 2015? And
You said under?
right, were you working in the homicide unit underneath him?
No.
Did you work with him in some instances? For instance, in this interview, did he come in and listen?
Yes, he did.
But did you take direction from him? And were you consulted by him before he took out warrants on this murder?
No, I wasn't taking direction or consulting. We would share information just because we knew our shootings were direct, relation to his homicide. So if we could gain information for him as well as our own, we would definitely share that.
Okay. The Kelvin Treadwell, when you all asked Quindarius Zachary, did he mean Kelvin Treadwell? Is that the same one that was on scene during the preceding the Dexter Montgomery shooting?
Yes.
Bentley?
Yes.
And when Mr. Zachary spoke about taking when he talked about If Gang having a spot on MLK, were you familiar with what that spot was?
Yes.
Where was that spot on MLK?
1428 Adele Avenue.
Now, when Mr. Zachary talked about a green light. Can you explain to the jury what that was?
Yes, in gang terms, a green light is basically giving permission to lower ranking members of that particular gang, that whoever's green light, you're giving permission for them to harm them or kill them.
Okay. And when Mr. Zachary told you about OG Bentley's spot on Cleveland off Oak Drive that the guns were taken to, were you familiar with OG Bentley's spot off Cleveland on Oak Drive?
I was familiar with the spot.
And was that a place that you would describe as a trap house?
Yes.
I'm gonna object to that. I'm gonna object to that foundation, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Now, before you spoke with Mr. Zachary, and Mr. Zachary told you that, was it that Woody had shot Cal?
Yes, I believe that's what he said.
Did Woody tell you he had shot Cal?
Of course not.
And when you all were asking Mr. Zachary about the timeline from November to January, why were you all interested in what was happening from November up until January 10th?
We kind of wanted a starting point to figure out why was everything occurring. If we could locate prior incidents leading up to it, whether it was shootings, damage to properties, collecting evidence, to see if we could just link the cases together.
Okay. The January 6th incident, were you all familiar with that before you spoke with Mr. Zachary? Were you familiar with
Yes.
anything happening on January 6th?
Yes.
And what were you familiar with?
There was a shooting, I believe it was damage to property at Club Crucial. A bunch of vehicles were damaged. I don't believe anyone got shot. I believe Demikian was assaulted
Inside Club
inside the
Crucial?
club and proceeded to shootings
And
after.
were you aware of Yak and Duke getting arrested on that same day,
Yes,
driving away from Club Crucial?
correct.
Invitation clause, Your Honor. She was present and witnessed.
The evidence, okay.
Your Honor, the court had asked us if there was a particular spot that would make it better to break and then continue, but we can
Okay.
go on. I think that
Is this one?
this is one.
Okay, all right, we're close to the noon hour, so we'll go ahead and break for our lunch. And look, shoot to be back at 1:15.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, do you want to just have Mr. Atkins here at 1:15? 1:15?
He was headed down, but we'll tell him 1:15.
Okay, well, unless he walks in before we break. We'll see you at 1:15. One quick question, Mr. Steele, I appreciate you sending the order, and with regard to that, was there a ruling made on the record after y'all argued those in August, or just this written order?
There was oral argument and then case law cited, the Harris case was cited, and then the court had asked me to prepare the order.
Okay, so
That's
he
my
just
memory.
said granted, or took it under advisement and later
No.
said granted?
No, it was granted on the spot
Okay.
and then wanted it reduced to writing.
Okay, all right, well, I may take a look at that part of the transcript to see if it actually answers the issue, because at the bench, my understanding is that you had said this required the gang experts to reduce things to writing and in a report, and it doesn't actually say that in this order. It could be read to mean that, but I'm just gonna go back and look,
That's fine.
unless, what was the state's understanding?
My understanding was that that was not a requirement. Mr. Steele specifically asked for that, and the court specifically said that he wasn't going to require that they do that. His understanding of the law was that that was not a requirement.
If it exists, produce it, but if it
Right.
doesn't, you don't have to.
Right.
That's my understanding of the law too, but he could have ordered something else. So if the records, the transcript seems to reveal that, then I'll require that, but otherwise, I don't read the order to say that.
Well, okay, and whatever the transcript says, I stand by the
Okay.
Harris case.
Yeah, I read it.
And it says you make it better for cross-examination, you put things in writing, you get this.
Well, what was ordered in the Harris case though was the notes that existed. So anyway, I'll take a look.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
Thank you. See y'all back at 1:15.
Hey, everybody, thank you so much for watching our coverage of the Young Thug trial. Now, I want to take a quick second and I want to tell you about this stream's awesome sponsor, Upside. So what's Upside? Upside is a free app that gets you cash back on daily essentials like gas and groceries. So when I go to pump my gas, I can use the Upside app and get cash back. Real cash back. It's money that appears in your Upside app that you can transfer straight into your bank account. So once you have the Upside app, you claim an offer for whatever you're buying on Upside. You pay as usual using a debit or credit card. You follow the steps on the app and you get paid. And as you saw me just do, you can use Upside at places like Shell, Exxon, Mobil, 7-Eleven, Taco Bell. That's just to name a few, by the way. There are so many more. So to find out how much you could earn, click the link in the description to download Upside or scan the QR code on screen and use our promo code LCLive and you'll get an extra 25 cents back on every gallon on your first tank of gas. That's promo code LCLive for an extra 25 cents back on your first gallon of gas.
I had asked you to, or you had taken on the responsibility of reaching out
Yes, Your Honor.
to the APD to see if the gang unit had any kind of a, like, I think they call it a black book or any kind of written thing like that. Were you able to find anything out?
So, Your Honor, my conversation with APD gang unit, and my memory was, any YSL specific related, like roll up central investigation or larger report. Oh, that's fair. You're welcome, Mr. Weinstein. So when I talked with the APD gang unit, the 5 gang experts that the state, I believe we had Dahlberg hearings on all of them, or almost all of them, Underwood, Belknap, Gaither, Dennis, and Viverito. Those are the 5 that any centralized, anything outstanding besides one specific case, and that they don't have any additional roll up. I think an important thing too is, of course, the DA's office brought the Rico indictment. So there is in discovery this case supplemental report from a DA office investigator. And so they investigated these crimes individually. So other than what is connected with the individual APD case number for the overt or counts, there is not some larger, the closest I've seen is this case supplemental. And there's, I think, like a 10 or 12 page. It has the peanut icon on it from Gaither and Dennis, and Sprinkle's report, which is specifically about Diamond Thomas's murder. Those are the 3 most extensive, other than just a report pertaining to a homicide or an armed robbery.
Okay, so is there any written gang unit kind of, here are our policies on how we determine who's in a gang or anything like that?
I have not specifically asked that question. They certainly have the Georgia gang criteria that they follow, so I can speak with them about that. And I'm sure, well, not sure, but from speaking with them, I'm quite positive it's going to be aligned with the first witness, Detective Belknap.
Right.
That slideshow was built around how he was trained to.
Okay, if you wouldn't mind just asking, and was there anything else beyond like what their policies are, policy manual, any kind of gang manual they might have?
Or any methodologies or anything of that nature.
Yeah.
What did you say?
Any methodologies, any of their processes.
Any
things of that
kind of
nature.
manual, any kind of written anything they've got about how they go about things.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. And can you get back to us fairly quickly on that?
I will, I'll leave court and make some phone calls, Your Honor, and try to get anything I can find on that topic.
Perfect, thank you.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, what I'd like is, I'm making all this as an example. Detective Gaither speaks with Kenneth Copeland. It's the 10th day of June 2015. In an interrogation room, it's video audio. And Mr. Copeland states that John Doe is a member of this gang. Well, then the gang investigators, they say, well, we have from a confidential, reliable source that John Doe is this gang member. So now it's a confirmed, documented gang member. And now we wind up on the witness stand with Detective Gaither saying this person's in this gang. I want to go behind who said that? Where is that documentation? Because it's not just.
There may or may not be any documentation. So can you inquire into that as well?
Actually, Judge, Mr. Steele has been given, and there has been provided, and this case that actually was addressed earlier in this trial. When there is documentation that a person is a gang member, the whole issue of where is it documented came up way before Your Honor began presiding over this case. The expert who is on the stand talking is allowed to tell, that is the reason that we have the questions that we have, about what they base their, how they determine that someone is a gang member. We've talked about the standard operating procedures. I believe that's even been given to the defense, APD's standard operating procedures, which have the 6 criteria
Right.
that they use.
Yeah, they're aware of that.
So this idea that where it's documented, we've even given them the gang profiles of each of the defendants in this case and of people who are rival gang members. We literally turned all of that over.
Yeah, I mean, what they're looking for, it sounds like, is, is there something where they say, okay, John Doe said that Joe Blow is if gang.
Those types of things, partly it's like in the gang profile encounters that they have that document what it is they're basing, in part, what it is they're basing these classifications on. They're listed. They're literally listed in the gang profile. And then on top of that, you have encounters with family members, interviews, things that aren't going to be all in the profile, but things upon which they can base their.
Sure, and if they have written it down,
opinion.
then it needs to be produced. And anything that is more general than that, as we already described, needs to be produced.
Yes, Your Honor. And
Okay.
I think
And as I think I mentioned when we were discussing this before, obviously any of the defense attorneys are free at any time to ask those questions of any of these, gang unit members or any other law enforcement officer. Y'all can get together with them at any time and, see if they want to talk to you. So y'all can always do that too. All right, so anything else before we get the witness back in and the jury back in?
I am looking at the next timestamp, and I just wanted to make sure that I started the right place. So if the judge.
All right, well, you can be doing that while we have everybody get back in their places. So can somebody let Sergeant Gator know to come back in? And I'll make sure to avert the cameras till she's in place, please.
All right, I'm ready. I'll just press the council.
Thank you. Okay, so.
Your Honor, for the record, we're going to pick back up at 2:57:08. Actually. 25708. But before that, I'm going to ask a few questions. Sergeant Gaither, during your interview with Mr. Zachary, did he talk to you about what he understood Kelvin Treadwell's role or relationship to Jeffrey Williams as it pertained to his artistry was concerned?
Yes. That's eventual objection on the board.
Sustained.
Okay. All right. Your Honor, may I approach with Mr. Steele about his objection? Specifically about, may I approach?
Sergeant Gaither, did Quindarius Zachary tell you that he knew Kelvin Treadwell as Thug's road manager?
Yes.
And is that the same Kelvin Treadwell that you saw on scene in the surveillance footage with the Browns Mill Road video at the time of the Dexter Montgomery shooting?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ask Quindarius Zachary whether Mr. Treadwell still drives that white Nitro?
Yes.
And when you asked him that question, was the white Nitro the Dodge Nitro that is seen in the surveillance footage at the time of the Dexter Montgomery shooting?
Yes.
All right. And did Quindarius Zachary tell you, no, he let Nard fuck that up?
Yes.
Did you understand that the mean Nard had wrecked the Nitro?
Yes, I believe you stated that.
And the Nard we're talking about, is that the same Nard that you identified in 503 Yankee?
That Quindarius identified?
Yes, that Quindarius identified.
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to now advance. During your interview with Quindarius Zachary, did you talk about the shooting of a Frida Reed's home?
Yes.
Is that Rayshawn Bennett or Lucci's mother?
Yes.
Did Quindarius Zachary indicate where he was at the time of the shooting?
He did, but I can't recall exactly where.
Okay. If I show you a portion of the transcript of your interview with him, will that refresh your memory?
Sure.
Okay. Just 1 second.
2.550. We're starting at 2:55.
What about Nard? Like, what's his demeanor like? Like, what's his personality like? Nard just one nigga. And I want to fight. I don't go with. I don't really talk to. Everybody don't want to go. And everybody don't know them go. It's just like they old. Okay, so it's like they know they bound, but yeah, ain't nobody too much fuck with them. Yeah, everybody gonna be able to move some part. If he went to hang with Wood, everybody gonna be able to know it because they know. What about doo-wop? Fit into this because he got all way. So he be yapping for yeah. Do you know doo-wop? No, I didn't know him like I don't know. I didn't know his name doo-wop. Yeah. So I was.
And Your Honor, we're stopping at 2:56:40. As we advance to. I just did. Let me ask you this, Sergeant Gaither. As far as you know, Nard and Mumtum, their ages, are they older than, significantly younger than Mr. Zachary? What did Mr. Zachary and you mean when you're talking about Nard and Mumtum being old heads?
I knew at this time that Mr. Sledge Muntunk, he was at least maybe 15 years older than Quindarius. I knew Nard maybe roughly 10 years older than Quindarius.
Okay.
At this time in this interview.
And when talking about doo-wop, do you know or remember what name doo-wop, what his given name is?
I do.
What is it?
Justin Cobb.
Justin Cobb?
COBB.
Thank you. During the interview with Mr. Zachary, did Mr. Zachary describe OG Bentley's house for you all, or his spot for you all?
He did.
And did he describe it saying it was a brick house with a fence around it?
Yes.
All right. Page 8. Zachary tell you whether or not he knew any relationship between OG Bentley and Donovan Thomas's sister?
Mr. Zachary stated that Donovan Thomas's sister had a child with Kelvin Treadwell.
Thank you. At this time, we're going to restart at 2:58:18.
I don't know that. Yeah, I don't know that.
I know a nigga.
What are they name?
I'm sure. Where the fuck?
That's like what or something.
What's the house look like on Oak Street?
That fencing is a brick house.
Any cars in front? Broke down cars?
No, they got this fight no more. When I shut up, they said we looking at it.
And that's when,
That's just a corner little house. It looks like a studio or something. No, I don't see no corner. You know what y'all talking about? I think it's yellow. They got a little studio in it. It's like how they get next to the park. It's on the back side. I think narcotics just hit the house like maybe a few months ago. Nah, they were bored in the spot. You know what y'all talking about, right? They said Thomas Hill on the corner. Yeah, like right in the corner. Yeah. Okay. They're bored in the spot.
describe it a little more. Fence, brick house.
That's it.
What else? Like got a driveway? What color is it?
The driveway?
The house.
The house brick. Like
Red brick, brown brick.
brown brick, brown brick. What end of Oak Drive, like what is it closest to? You know, you make right McDonald's. You go all the way up to the red light. Make that right, probably like 4th or 5th house on the left. 4th or 5th house on the left. What else? The candidate right here, they got right here. Is they go to the candidate? Yeah. Why did you end up going down the floor with them if you know that they did this and you had nothing to do with it? Go for the show, Jay. Just go down. I didn't think they taking us down there for that, so, you know what I mean? They like do it, have a show down there. So y'all just went for the show. Yeah. See, I told you, when they said to stay down there for we came back. They was like, look, most like, oh, most like, I ain't going nowhere.
Answer this question. So what was the mood like when y'all was down there? You said it was boring, but what was the conversation like? Like what was y'all, ain't nobody bring it up at all or what? You can speak on.
So what was this? So far, I was on some off shit.
What do you thought they were gonna get y'all down there? What was Thug like?
Shit, he didn't know.
He didn't get no fuck.
I mean, he killed her like why did they kill Nut? Like, but then down here they told him that Nut said it's a goal. They really Woody be going back stuff. Well, I don't know, like, he'll put us in, but it really don't have anything to do with us.
I'm pausing at 3:01:02. When Mr. Zachary said that, when he told you they were scared, when Dennis asked what was the mood like, did he mention anybody besides Woody being afraid and just laying on the sofa?
That's evidence, Your Honor. Also cumulative.
Well, sustained is to best evidence.
Okay. Did you know who Quindarius Zachary met when he said, while Woody was laying on the sofa, all of us are going to the mall and everything? Who is the all of us? Did you understand him to mean?
Objection, Your Honor, speculation.
Your Honor,
Sustained unless there's a basis.
I asked, who?
Yeah, I heard what you asked.
I'll ask a different question.
Okay.
At any point ever, after telling you that Thug asked, why did they kill Nut? Did Quindarius Zachary give you any other reason besides Nut saying whoop?
It's all on the video audio, I object.
Your Honor, I would ask to approach as to the answer that I have so that I don't.
Is it basically the same thing we talked about just a minute ago or something different?
It's something different.
All right.
It up a few seconds.
I guess they told me that whoop that nut said it's a goal.
Back it up a little bit more.
Oh, whoop just so far. I looked on some.
Just now, did you hear Mr. Zachary say Woody just on the sofa? All of us going to the mall and everything?
Yes.
And if there's something you heard differently and remember differently, will you please correct me?
Sure.
Was there anything, you sort of paused a little bit, was there anything that you wanted to correct or change in what?
I was just replaying it in my head what he said.
Thank you.
What do you thought they were gonna kiss out down there? What was Thug like?
And just now, did Detective Dennis ask Mr. Zachary what was Thug like at 30040?
I have the same objection. And before I finish, gonna take.
So if there's something that is actually really hard to understand, then I don't mind if you try to
That is the,
get confirmation or whatever about what was actually said. But
thank you. That is,
make sure we don't do it with every.
we are not.
Overload.
Thank you. Is that what? Detective Dennis was asking, what Thug was like?
Yes.
I mean, he tells her like, why did they kill Nut? Like, but then down here they told me that whoop that Nut said it's.
And in the portion we just played up to 30055, after Detective Dennis said he didn't give a fuck, did you hear or did Quindarius Zachary say during the interview, I mean, he cared, but like, why did they kill, but like, he asked, why did they kill Nut? And then that's when they told him that Nut said whoop. And it's a go.
That they were on go. Yes.
That what now?
That they were on go. Yes.
Okay. And after that, did Mr. Zachary say, would he really be holding back? And later on explain.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor. Picking up at 30055.
I don't know, like, he'll put us here, but we're gonna have nothing to do with us. Like, he'll like, look, they said something about you. Like, you know, they said something about me. Like, real, You mean like to just rev somebody else to be down to do some shit? Yeah. Like, it really be him, but it's like push off on.
If my nigga asked about me and I bring guns to it, so I got somebody behind my back.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
So, why initially did it come out that basically they were trying to kill Woody and shooting up all his spots? Like, now I'm just trying to grasp what all they did. I mean, but why would they think Woody has Woody done something to them previously? They say, Woody had shot at Gucci Studio, Metropolitan. Metropolitan where? In studio, with Thor Studio. Well, it's there, he Thor Studio, but where he be at? The studio is. I don't know what studio it is. I think it's Vacuum Studio. I don't know his name. Johnny over there though. I was talking about 2 times. So supposedly, Woody shot a Gucci Studio. Yeah. Which side of the store got studio? Them both doors stuff being out now. I don't know if it's the same studio or not. I mean, but do you know what, is it on the same side? That's the vault. That's the vault. What's the vault? The vault is the studio. Nah, it's on this side. Like what TIG is? TIG, that's studio. Oh, okay. Well, you got TIG. We don't know. So they shot up TIG studio. Yeah, Rich Holmes was out there. Right. And then when they shot it kill, when they first shot it kill, when I told you him and Moon, right. That was big, like that one really escalate. That one just guns up for both sides. So who shot Kill? Who shot him? Tate. Tavanka? No. And who else? That's all I know. Tate said him and little pop scene. It was either in February or something. They found him. They found him from which thing? He was an ugly girl or something.
Who was with you about that?
They probably said his name.
Who was Hot Sauce?
Hot Sauce.
You know anybody by the name of Hot Sauce? Go by Hot Sauce? So the fight in Crucial, did that happen where Woody got jumped up?
Yeah, they had him pulled it. They were like a few days before, right?
That Monday.
Another that killed on Saturday.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would say about 5-6 days.
So that Monday he gets jumped on by Kills him. Did they shoot up any other spots? Did they shoot at him downtown?
Downtown?
Did the girl event get shot up in the hotel? So that's it. So what happened after Woody get jumped on? So he get jumped on?
And then, me and Phil stayed in the club all the way outside. So, what you call it? But
What's you call?
What?
You said they went outside with what's you call?
Get done. No, they did get in the line on the floor and not that. So he the money too.
Right.
And then what's you call it?
Did they jump on Bloody Jack?
Yeah, they jumped on. I just didn't say it.
I'm sorry.
They jumped on Bloody Jack. He transformed on. They pulled out. Killed him already gone. So we ran up the street. Went to their car and meet Thug and they. I was probably drink Thug in Carpet by itself. Then Wood on the line on side of the street by the church. On a little day on the ride back, like road back, you know, shooting.
So it started that night, basically.
The shooting, I was like, they tried to kill all they didn't have it.
So that murder basically was all really a month behind.
The shit was already going on, yeah.
Okay.
It didn't like just happen. Stuff was already going on in November, December, and it just kind of bled over to the actual murder in January.
So now, while y'all in Miami, Woody's family house is getting shot up.
He got a scared trip.
As he should be. Wouldn't you be scared if I shot up someone's house, Kelly's house, your dad's house, your grandma's house, wouldn't you be scared?
Yeah, but if somebody shoot towards my home, that's my home too.
What about someone? Because clearly you just said they shot at someone. You got out of bed to go deal with that.
Somebody shoot at someone, I'm going to jail.
What about your sister?
Fuck her. Be mad at it now. Nah, yeah, my mom's home, they always do. Mom's come home.
What about grandma? Exactly, so right there, one of the point I'm making is that
Stopping at 3:06:09.
Sergeant, I'm going to take you back and ask you about certain portions of the video that were just played.
Kelly now, your dad house, your grandma house, when that shit.
Who I'm not on side of the street by church. One of them by itself. Then who I'm not on side of the street by church. Big dog, you know. And they big drink.
Your Honor, may I ask the witness a question to establish for the record why it is and what it is that I'm replaying?
You can try, sure.
Sergeant Gaither, during the portion of the interview that was just played, were portions of what Mr. Zachary said, and specifically after he was asked about what started the beef between Ysl and Ifgang, and why it was that they were trying to shoot at Woody. Were you able to hear today on this screen what it was that Mr. Zachary said Woody had done as it related to the Metropolitan, the studio on Metropolitan?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And in that video, did Mr. Zachary say,
Objecting, Your Honor.
This is just repeating what we've already heard. If the jurors can't hear it, the jurors know to ask the court if they can rehear it.
Your Honor, I'd ask that the court's instructions and I'd ask to be allowed to do what the court said that it would allow me to do.
It didn't say anything.
Your
We're
Honor,
listening to a recording, then we're listening again with Ms. Love repeating what the recording allegedly says. I'm not conceding she's saying it right. And asking the witness whether she heard it. She says, yes, I'm objecting.
Your Honor, I believe that this is the same mode of interrogation Mr. Steele used with one of the previous witnesses while listening to Mr. Kenneth Copeland's video. The state objected, it was overruled, and I asked to be allowed to ask this witness about certain portions of this interview. I have not done this
I don't
consistently.
actually recall the state objecting on this basis and that being overruled.
I objected that he was not asking questions, he was reading portions of the transcript, and the court said, I think he's gonna ask him, is that what he said?
Okay, well, that is not the objection that has now been made. And based on that objection, I have to sustain it.
Okay. And Your Honor, the objection being cumulative or what? What is being sustained so that I don't?
What was the last thing y'all said? I mean, I know you've said best evidence previously, and did you just say cumulative?
It's also cumulative, Your Honor.
because we just heard it.
We've heard it twice and now
Your Honor,
Ms. Love is trying to
when
cash it.
Detective Gaither is off, or when Sergeant Gaither is off the stand, if there is a portion of this interview that the jurors are unable to decipher, and they're not able to ask the person sitting there in the room, it's too late to have her come back and answer the questions. So unless the court or unless the defense is okay with the court inquiring whether the jury understands what's being said at a certain point, I'd ask to be allowed to ask her what she heard in the room at the time that the interview was held.
I'm going to object to speaking objection, but if we're going to have speaking objections, I have one I'd like to say as well. That I believe is on behalf of the jury, as Ms. Love seems to be claiming she is speaking on behalf of. This is a waste of time hearing the same thing 3 times.
Well, it's not a waste of time if it can't be deciphered, but
A, if it can't be deciphered, then I don't think we need to hear it 3 times. It's indecipherable. But B, Ms. Love just asked Investigator Gaither and she said she understood it. It was clear. So I don't know why we're rehashing it.
it's not really whether Miss Sergeant Gaither can understand it or not. I mean, the evidence is being presented so that the jury can absorb it. And I don't know whether the jury can understand what's being said on it or not. Can y'all understand what's being said? Some of them can, some of them can't. Go ahead, Ms. Love.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I would probably drink those carpet by itself.
At the timestamp that I stopped at, 3:04:45, did Mr. Zachary say, I'm in the car with Dre, Thug is in the Corvette?
Yes, he said Thug is in the gray Corvette.
In the gray Corvette.
Yes.
And was this still talking about January 6th?
Yes, at Club Crucial.
All right.
And walk out on the night on side of the street by church. Went over the day on the right there, like right there, he touched him.
And did he just say, and that's when Woody and them all lined up on the side of the street by the church, waiting on Bloody J. And when Bloody J rode past, that's when they started shooting.
Yes,
Is there a church near Club Crucial?
it is.
Continue.
The shoe, I was like, kill, they tried to kill, it didn't happen.
So that murder basically was all really a month behind.
The shit was already going on, yeah.
Okay.
It didn't like just happen. It was stuff was already going on in November, December, and it just kind of bled over to the actual murder in January.
Okay. Advancing now to 3:06:32.
He tried to cook, they didn't do it, so they
right.
Yeah, who didn't care just like, put both on, they gonna try to put it off on somebody. They gonna try to put it off on somebody, say like, I don't like you, but I know, we had altercation and we shooting each other. Right. Then somebody on my side get shot, she didn't do it. You got it, they said it was them just to get more people against. Yeah. Right. Well, what's my talking Kale's beef? Hold on.
Who shot?
All right. Did you understand, Mr. Zachary, at any point to say, my side gets shooting, their side get to shooting? Start talking about that.
I don't think I understood a lot of what this little portion was.
Okay.
It's a little distorted.
Okay. Did you hear Mr. Zachary say, after asking what Moontoon and Kel's beef were, did you hear Mr. Zachary say trivia?
Trivia, yes.
During the course of your investigation, did you look into a shooting at an Intrivia Smith's house?
Yes.
I'm going to advance to the next time. And I'm going to go to 309.
What kind of court you told me, come on, talk to that.
He had that policy.
What kind of court you got there?
He had a running truck. When was this incident? Who got a green?
Who got a green?
His girl on drive around with the great apple? Hey, girl. My girl on football. She used to have a number we used to go. No, she didn't. Not that I know of. Not anymore. This was like recent. Like, he had a rental, not a whoop. It was a rental. Yeah, not a whoop, not a. When he had a rental. Shoot, 4 went on tour. I went to y'all, I went to y'all on tour. I think went on tour back in April or something. Back in April.
Yeah. So, let's get to this. Who shot up Lucci?
Sergeant Gaither, did Detective Dennis just ask Mr. Zachary did you all discuss during the interview, and at this point, the shooting of Lucci's mother's house?
Yes.
All right. And is Lucci the Rayshawn Bennett that you spoke about earlier?
Yes.
What address did Miss Reed live at? Or just the street name, not the full address?
Hill Street, Southeast.
Did you all investigate a shooting at that location?
Investigated a couple of them.
Do you remember the dates of those shootings?
Not off the top of my head, no. It was during this time.
Do you remember whether
Maybe
one occurred
February.
in January?
Correct.
Were they both after Donovan Thomas was murdered?
Yes.
And Your Honor, I'm picking up at 30906.
Those are nephew. The police in jail right now. Quentin Pittman. So, how did, cause that was one gun that you got caught with. So, how did we end up with that gun that day? We was at boot running my big boot running house. And we was like 8 folk in jail, they're right. Okay. Then when they came back, they ain't tell what they did. What kind of car they did with what? Just in that white Taurus, like no boy charges or like. And then the boy Mushu, who he be Mushu, yeah. He called cool like when Wooden got back, he called cool like who we got in. Who like what? He like somebody just shot up Mushu mama house and mom got shot. And who like don't tell me how they did that. Cause they come back and say that. Don't tell me how they did that. They don't move that scared again. Cause Mushu, I got 10,000 more did that.
Who had the most on the?
So they actually came back and said they did it, or y'all just assumed they did it? I said they did it. He probably said when Wood, like I told you, Wood got scared when they got 10,000. Like, man, we just shot up what you want out. So because Lucci was close to Nut, they just Lucci was hanging with Kill. Right. Look, that's what he's all about. Right. Kill. Like, do that thing go get killed? I don't know what made him do it. Did you know that? Yeah. He's even $20 stuff. Like, we're gonna use gas, money, phone bills, and stuff like that.
So he was like a big uncle.
Yeah, he cool with the whole city. That's what everybody said.
So everybody speak highly of him, but he's still a street nigga. So
Yeah, he'll get shrine, but he's like every time I see him, so I feel like I'm getting him close, so I'm 20 or 40.
So they look at you like the
Yeah, I ain't no harm.
Like, so.
Your Honor,
Yes.
out of an abundance of caution, I asked to approach Mr. Sharp.
All right.
And Your Honor, I can
Yeah.
play that portion we're at it if the court will allow me to play it for the court so that you can hear it while you're reading it, if that will lend any assistance.
No, I mean, what I have in my notes is that this bracketed part 112:17 through 113:12 was in, what I've got written next to it is okay.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Short, I think what you're raising now is, does this sort of undo the not including Shannon's name in this whole conversation? Is that right?
Correct, because it is, to me anyways, difficult to discern whether Quindarius Zachary is speaking out of what he observed versus what Mr. Copeland may have said when he spilled the beans. And that's my concern because, earlier today we argued that certain things would come out to protect the hearsay issues.
So let me ask, on page 113, lines 11 and 12, at least on my copy, when he's talking about, I don't know how they went unintelligible, got in the car, I just know gun unintelligible, what does that actually say?
Your Honor, if the court will permit me to
All right.
advance to that part.
All right, let's just listen to it now. And we may have listened, I'm sure we probably listened to it before, but I didn't jot it down.
How many did Shannon, you think Shannon had on that?
I don't know, they had AK. And another 223. It was 223 and an AK. I know they had that big AK. That was poking on them.
The AK was?
Yeah.
And what Shannon had?
He had one of 223.
So he had an AK.
I don't know how they got the car. I didn't know guns up at the house.
So answer this question. So when we were in
That
court,
very last part
and
again.
you
Okay.
answer this question. So when we were in court
No, before.
and you found this
Hang on,
question.
hang on. Okay.
Another 223. It was 223 and an AK. I know they had that big AK. That was poking on them.
The AK was?
Yeah.
And what Shannon had?
He had one of 223.
So he had an AK.
I don't know how they got the car. I didn't know guns up at the house.
So answer this question. So when we were in court
Your Honor,
and you found out,
I believe that he said, I don't know how they got it in the car. I just know the guns they had afterwards.
Can you play just that part again? Not, and I know it may be hard to get to that, but
So I'm going to rewind it 5 seconds and let's see if we can capture just that part.
so when we were in court and you found out that gun,
I'm going to 3:11. This one good?
he had an AK.
I don't know how they got the car. I didn't know guns up at the house.
So answer this question. So when we were in court,
I don't know what he's saying, and I don't expect you to ask, did he say such and such? If you want to ask, what did he say? That's one thing, but, anyway, I mean, that's in.
Listened to this and reported back and said it was in. I'm not the one asked to approach, so I'm I don't agree with the ruling, but
Understood.
I'm agreeing with what was
Yeah.
ruled upon.
So why were we encroaching?
Yeah. Just out of an abundance of caution, Judge. I mean, I don't have, I just wanted
To
to,
make sure what the ruling was?
yes.
Okay. All right, well, we know now, so. Is the jury by chance ready? Not yet? Okay, anybody who needs to use the bathroom, please do it quickly.
Hey, everybody, thank you so much for watching our coverage of the Young Thug trial. Now, I want to take a quick second and I want to tell you about this stream's awesome sponsor, Upside. So what's Upside? Upside is a free app that gets you cash back on daily essentials like gas and groceries. So when I go to pump my gas, I can use the Upside app and get cash back. Real cash back. It's money that appears in your Upside app that you can transfer straight into your bank account. So once you have the Upside app, you claim an offer for whatever you're buying on Upside. You pay as usual using a debit or credit card. You follow the steps on the app and you get paid. And as you saw me just do, you can use Upside at places like Shell, Exxon, Mobil, 7-Eleven, Taco Bell. That's just to name a few, by the way. There are so many more. So to find out how much you could earn, click the link in the description to download Upside or scan the QR code on screen and use our promo code LCLive and you'll get an extra 25 cents back on every gallon on your first tank of gas. That's promo code LCLive for an extra 25 cents back on your first gallon of gas.
Resuming at 3:11:15 where we stopped.
Like, so, what gun did Shannon, you think Shannon had on that?
I don't know, they had AK, and another 223. The 223 and an AK. I know they had a big AK. That was poking on them.
The AK was?
Yeah.
And what Shannon had?
He had one of the 223.
Oh, he had an AK.
I don't know how they got the call. I just know guns up at house.
So answer this question. So when we were in court and you found out that gun came back to Lucci Mama, what happened since then? Because clearly I know you didn't.
Some told me, man, so like, then we going to the whole gun war. I was going to, but I didn't. So, where they getting all these damn guns from? Because I know you only purchased a couple of them. Where are all these 223s, where are these guns at, and where they getting them from? I already had guns. You think they already got them? I mean, I don't know. They really bringing them out. And that's what I feel, right? We say, throw it out. Those are gone. We see, kids don't pull up in the drive. His house, his apartment, come on, we see, I was not one of them, they killed, I see, Lucia had red Camaro. I like, they call it, they go far as some car, I got some car. They go far as some car with a female, and pull back out. And then, when we got out of town, I just some car, and throw it out. Female got my dad talking about. I ain't getting that car. They just bought it too. Right. I don't know if they still around or not. Right. So, that's what I said. When y'all went out of town, they shot it Kill shot his soulmate, it's Crooks. That was with your sister, right? Or my sister? Wasn't that?
It was,
Trio.
yeah, Trini and something, and they met at Christmas and killed, and Herbie had work.
They take care of the car, that way he pushing. But you know, right, but you wasn't in the car, you know. I'm just right, you know. So now you got these too, because somebody else is these, because they shooting at your girl, and you really ain't got shit to do with it. You just hanging with the wrong people at this point. That night when you guys talk that first time, like they over let me rap. Like when they go do something.
So I was like, now they blocking your chair.
Cause when everybody else, he locked up with something. Boy. What you remember what day you got arrested for that gun? Like May 7th.
Where are your guns at?
Wood told me that he lost. I had bought one, and I came back. I bought the 762, the Draco. Yes. I had that for me, and then I had owed him out some money. I had owed one Wood friend some money. So I left it. I told him to tell him hold that, so I paid him. So I see good, this money from the song. He's like, I do this because we need that gun. Who? You're the gun you bought. No. You had, I'm getting confused. Woody had his gun. You had my gun.
Answer this question. When you bought that Draco that you're talking about for Woody.
No, I bought me. I bought when they shot some cars.
So you bought it for yourself?
Yeah, put it in some car, right with it.
So how did Woody end up with it?
I owed somebody some money.
So you sold it to him?
No, I just like hold guns until I get money.
Right.
So I hold it in my house.
So was you ever gonna buy it back? Did you ever attempt it back?
I see Thug ain't coming around. Because he got too much going on, he going out for some bullshit.
Right.
So he stopped coming around. And then that when I had bought on him. A few days later. Right. The 223. And what did you buy that for? I bought it for wood. How much did you pay for it?
And you bought it directly for him?
He just like, he said, well, you gonna leave this up with it.
What's the best guess for?
This one is having a yeah, that's pop on, man. Yeah, what's up? Come on, give me one up, man. What are you doing? Yeah. Like what you said about the shit.
going from, I'm stopping at 3:16:06 and going to 3:16:21.
You gotta think about it, money is money. Urban ain't gonna.
Alright, well, we can fast forward on that, but.
Do you think that
And stopping at 3:16:36. And I'm going to 3:16:42. If there are no objections. Starting up at 3:16.
Hang on, Mr. Sharp.
I asked it to be played the way that the court ordered it to be played.
I haven't ordered it to be played anyway.
Court, I don't know why that's being skipped.
Okay, I don't know what's being skipped, but
If Mr. Steele lets me know which portion he wants to tell me the timestamp, I'll play it.
do we need to approach again?
I'm referring to it. If he,
Okay, well, I mean, she needs to give the timestamps for purposes of the record, but are you able to do both the document?
given that I don't know what portion Mr. Steele is asking to come in, I can't tell. I can simply say we are attempting to do number 25. So
I mean, that would work
I,
in terms of letting them know what it is. Does that help if she just refers to the number?
and I do want to do the time for the record, but
Yeah, I mean, you need to, but will that help y'all? If she refers to the number of what it was we all were referencing when we were going over the evidence? I need you to use the mic.
I understand what the state's saying about 25. I think that there is a portion in between 24 and 25, which is found on the top of page 123.
Can y'all come up here for just a second? And you can just stay where you are. You won't understand what it is that we're saying anyway. actually listening to a portion of this. I'm gonna have to excuse y'all again. I hope it will not take more than 1 or 2 minutes. So don't go any further. All right, Mr. Sharp, do you want to just come over to council table and y'all try to work with Ms. Hilton or Ms. Knight on what needs to get played? Yeah. And that way y'all can listen to it and get the timestamps and
Yes, Your
sort
Honor.
of that.
And to be clear, Your Honor, let me also put on the record, the part that I stopped at was 3:16:34. At 3:16 on the other side, once excluded, I'll happily play it. But the part that I stopped at, it says, answer this question. Did Birdman know anything about that murder?
All right, let's just listen to the tape. And the tape is what it is and figure out what the timestamps are. Because I think we all agree what's in and what's out. We just don't seem to agree on what the timestamps are.
I'm starting where I'm gonna go back to 3:16:20. All right, to 3:16:20. All right, so 3:16:20, I'm gonna play.
Good. You gotta think about it. Money is money. Bird ain't going to jail for nobody.
All right. Well, we can fast forward on that, but.
Do you think that Doug ordered that on murder against nothing? I told they were trying to give him names.
Okay.
So there's like no sanctions.
There it is, right there. The court's ruling, as I understand it, and I have documented, is that the part that the state just played, which is on 122, the bottom of 122, going to page 123, the transcript, where it says, do you think that Thug ordered that on Nut, murder against Nut? And he says, nah. That was all coming in.
Right.
Okay? And then
Correct.
And then when Zachary says, nah, I told they just trying to get a name,
That's out.
that's
The
out.
law is in and the rest of it is out.
Correct.
Yes. And then it picks back up with the question, right?
So there's no sanctions and all that's in.
Right, right.
So, no. So, am I clear
Big part
that
out.
there's a 1 second part that's out? Because
Yes.
Judge, I'd ask to be allowed to play that because I am not, a second is gonna take less than a second to say that. To stop
It
it,
doesn't matter. That part's out.
I know, but what I'm saying, Your Honor, is I do not believe that.
Can you turn the volume down for that part? Because that would be fine. If you just gnaw and turn the volume down.
I can, yep. Because we had 3:16:34 to 3:16:41 out.
And that's what we agreed.
And that was what they agreed to.
Timestamps are, but I know that line 7, murder against Nut, Zachary's answer, nah, is supposed to be in and the rest of it is out. And then it's Gator's question again.
So the nah stays in,
Correct.
but the rest of the sentence is out. And then it picks up after
Yeah.
5-6 words.
Yes.
It says not, it's in space bar.
Evidence review doesn't work like that. But the court would just give me a moment to just practice pictures.
That works.
316.
Really trying to get
Definitely sure that's not the critical part, because it doesn't say anything. So I don't know why we kept this.
Or if it, in the interest of time, if she just instructs, or the court instructs rather, Detective Gaither to refresh her memory on it, don't say the second part, and just ask a question. Did you ask Mr. Zachary if Mr. Williams ordered the killing? And her answer would be no.
Your Honor, I don't think that the court would ever allow the state to interrupt cross-examination and instruct the defense on how to ask a question or examine a witness. So,
He's just trying to.
Your Honor, he can get that out on cross. I'm not trying to hide anything. I would gladly play it all. So I'm going to do as the court instructs. I'm going to play it. I can pause it. I can hit mute. Either option is fine with me. But again, I do not want to be accused of running afoul unintentionally or intentionally of anything that the court ordered. So I'm going to do as the court directed.
Okay, so are you ready to get the witness back in?
Yes.
Gonna caution you though, that if more than, like if that whole thing ends up getting played, I'm not gonna be happy. So make sure you don't do that.
I'm going to make every effort. I want it on the record. I'm making every effort to comply with the court's instructions.
All right, well, you've been able to do it twice in practice without getting any critical part heard, so I expect you to be able to do it with the jury too.
Counsel can play it, but
Huh?
they can play it themselves.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Love.
Thank you, Anna. I'm starting at 3/16/27.
Go back.
All right. Well, I think I'm fast forward on that, but.
Do you think that Doug ordered that on the earth against nothing? I told they did.
I stopped at 3/16/41, and I'm going to pick. And I'm starting back up at 3/16/43.
There's like no sanctions. If some shit happens, and I'm from Chicago, so I know about gang life and all that stuff. So if there's something done without quote unquote permission from the higher ups, it ain't no kind of who said go higher. I mean,
Pausing at 3/17/00. And resuming at 3/17/04.
he wouldn't even regularly start what I said.
Who started?
My brother and Slug. Tay Slug.
What about DJ?
They did it because they were around Slug. I'm telling you who started. Tay Slug and some like 3 more of their friends. That these people that already grew up that who started. All of them started. Then they Slug, he loved Dog, so he told Dog what was going on and Dog just ran with it. So now it's almost, I guess because the other issues was with Red Cartel, right? Well, he was rapping with Rock and all that. He didn't know what Rock Crew. Y'all confused me. Right. But I told you, when everybody had fell out the booth, why you saying about that? But they had fell out the booth because they bullshit no more. And then they started what I said. just to kind of disassociate them. But then that mission was cool. You know, my feet can't go out there.
So YSL is a gang, but it's also a club.
Yeah.
Stopping at 3:18:18.
Picking up at
Sergeant Gaither.
during your interview with Mr. Zachary, do you all confirm that he knows Detective Thorpe from Crawford Long? Do you remember asking, you know Investigator Thorpe, I'm certain you went to Crawford Long.
Correct.
Okay. And does Quindarius Zachary acknowledge that he does know Detective Thorpe?
Yes, he acknowledges him, gives him a hug,
Did what now?
gives him a hug.
Okay.
After.
And I'm going to advance, Your Honor, to 3:19:10. And picking back up at 3:19:11.
I'm sure there's a thing. And you can say if you know them, you don't know them. Tell me how long you know them, and if they had anything to do with Dust Murder. Who's doing what, who said what. Okay? Cool with that? Yeah. Okay. Hold it there and tell me exactly what you see. Do what? Okay. You mind? Last time the speech tell me that's do what? I'll spell it out. Yeah, spell do what? D-O-W-O-P. D-U-W-O-P. How long you been knowing him? I don't know. Okay. So that's my name? I thought it was one I don't know. Right. I'm just making sure that they say, how do you know that he said that's doo-wop? That's your signature. Okay. And put today's date on it. Put the
6/8/2015. 8/5/2015.
Doo-wop was one of the guys in the car? Yeah. Okay. Right. Forward to that. Okay. Right here, it's white, you can see it. It's right in the heart. How long you been on the heart? So about 12. Say, who's his dad? You say you know his dad? No, I mean,
Even if your daddy don't.
you know, they too, you know, when Darius said, sign name, yeah. Is he still locked up as far as you know? Yeah, I think he got 2 years or something. What about you? You heard anything about him lately? No. You know, he out, they say he locked up. Why he came?
Probably a little darker. That's it.
How long you know Shannon? About a year now. About a year. You got this t-shirt.
You got a nickname?
SB. What that mean? SB. I mean, what does it stand for something? Shannon Bad, I think. Bad last name. So would you put SB or
Yeah,
Shannon?
or whatever.
Shannon or Shannon? Is it SHANON? Yeah. I know you told me that, but tell me, who told you what was going on? Shannon and Yak. Okay. Shannon and Yak told you what happened. Tell me exactly what they told you. Shannon and Yak, they went away for, they went away to be bullshit. Yak girlfriend. They did meet her, matter of fact, she know. Bullshit now? Yeah, she know. And they seen look, Shannon told me that they seen Shannon calling down bad. Calling down bad, calling us down bad. Okay. Well, thank you. They say who was fired, what done? Now I know Shannon had a full band. Shannon had a full band. Okay. I know the sunset, they had put Draco with a shoulder strap on. Draco? Yeah. Okay, who had the Draco? I don't know. Where did you see it? Well, I seen Draco at, another had, brought through house made for really the day before. The day before? Yeah. Before the murder or? The day before. Before the murder? No, I can't. But I think none of them driving. No, I was driving too. Okay. He said it was the Infinity? Yeah. You remember the model? G35? G35. Was it any one of their cars or was it somebody else's car? I had Thug Manager at Ring. Thug Manager? At Ring. You know what his manager's name? Amina. You know her last name? No. Okay. You know where she made it from? So, after the shooting, do you know what happened to the car and the guns? Yeah, they dropped off at OG Fence. Do you know if the guns still around or they got rid of them? More likely they got rid of them. I didn't really drop off at Fence before they got rid of them. How do they normally get rid of guns? That's the first time they ever use people. Yeah. Okay. So, did anybody get word to shoot up, or this was just an opportunity? They just wanted the name. They just wanted the name. Correct. It used to be one and more to them on our show. So did Woody slow down with all this bullshit, or once Tuck got killed, did Woody slow down with his stuff, or was he still? Nah, when he seen that he had a lot of folks that ran with him, that we come back for Moody. Yeah. But see, they might already know Shannon like that. Right. Like those were his men when he did. He was running with war from him. Right.
Stopping at 326.50. Advancing to 326.56. And starting back up at 326.57. Service with Shannon.
We put Woody to the side and Shannon back to the Woody spot.
Yeah. So if I would so sure about So Shannon and Yak told you, and he said that and Nara was in the car also, and Nara was driving. No. Okay. All right. Anything else you remember what they told you? That's it. No, that's it. You know what he told me. And where did they tell you this at? Well, Shannon told me to go out. Shannon told me they go out too, but he told me about his own. And his house was condo or condo. Can you remember what Shannon had on that night? No. So,
What she say? Where she stayed?
What she said? Oh no, she said. I didn't know. So this look familiar to you? Yeah. What that is? That's the condo. That's the condo. Who was that standing in the window? That's Shannon. Was that before or after the murder? That was the day before. Day before? Yeah, all the way up to mom there. So that one was closed, so that was the day before. Okay. Alright. And what else do you know? What else do you know? I told you I made a time. That's all they told you? Yeah. Okay, what happened afterwards? I mean, when y'all went to the dog house and they told you, what was Nard and Doo-Wop there? No, what Doo-Wop was? Okay. Where did he go? I don't know. So, how did you link up with them after the murder? I told you, we called, Moulton called me out that night, like, somebody killed him, like, he was gay, and we were together, I was responsible. Who got shot? We met him up, and then Wood had pulled out. He pulled out a doctor. No doctor who he shot. So we go on, me and Moulton. The Moulton found me because they had a license to Thug House. So y'all all met up at the Gamma House and then drove to Thug House. Me and Moulton, and we met Wood. Wood had pulled out.
Who was with Woody? Was Lil D with him?
Nah, he was at Thug House.
But when you got to Thug House, Lil D was there.
Yeah, he was at Thug. He had been out the whole day. Out of these four, who you closest with? Shannon. Why is that? Cause I told you, he always, like, they treat me like little brother and stuff. But you older than Shannon, ain't you? Y'all about the same age? I'm 21, since I'm 22. But I just don't know the we went cold. I said, we just spoke to eat the hang on who I can call my brother.
Stopping at 329.53. advancing to 3:30:06. Going from 3:30:06 to 3:30:10. 3:39. 3:30:09. Your Honor, what we'll do is actually go to the next portion unless there is an objection, because it's just a 3-second. So we'll go to 3:31:36. And as we're looking on the at this point, are you or is Detective Thorpe asking Quindarius Zachary about participants in the Dexter Montgomery shooting?
Yes.
And the picture or the photograph that Detective Thorpe is showing him now, is that Demise McMullen?
That Thorpe has?
Yes.
Yes.
Did Quindarius Zachary acknowledge that that was the Nard that he was talking about?
Yes.
Starting at 3:31:06. 3:31:36.
What does that DK look like? I can't see him.
How long did they know I had been suspended nitro.
Every day.
So he had that.
No. He asked me like, we was on. No. You said that in your opinion, it looked like Nard? Yeah.
Still,
Right, sick.
how much percentage wise you think? 100%, 80%, 70%? 100%.
That's what I heard.
You sure?
They got me. This, no, this is just to correct like that you said this looks like Nard. Like, we still working this case. DK, tell them what it costs. Tell them what my name.
Name, date, and putting who you taking that pictures on.
Is Nard skinny?
So they just got sticks on that. Look, where they get them from? Thug got the check, so they're not. Thug put it back on 85.
I told Thug that stop messing around. He really king. Thug ain't never really like buying guns for no crime. He didn't go.
Stopping at 33312, and as we advance to the next slide, I'm going to show you what has been admitted as 503 Yankee, and ask you if 503 Yankee is what Quindarius Zachary was looking at in the clip of the video that we just saw, where he signed his name.
Yes.
Okay. And did you ever in any way attempt to suggest in any report or anything else that Quindarius Zachary knew something about this particular crime?
No.
All right. And is this the Nard that he said he had known since he was 12?
Yes.
Starting back up at 33321.
I'm asking, I ain't checked back up on you. You ain't had anything pre-trial, ain't there, violations and none of that. So pre-trial, officer, he was mad, I was getting locked up, I was ready. Yeah. Okay, I don't need no choice. Why you be around folks that be in trouble? If your brother trying to tell you to stay out of trouble, stay away from these folks, why can't you just stay away from these folks? They just hang out in trouble and you know why, girl? But you knew Doug before Woody and all them started hanging out with him. Like, Doug don't even be around them like that. I'm Doug all my whole life. But that's what I'm saying. He don't even be around them like that. I know what it's like. Yeah, I'm going to. And when you mess with it, it's like, Doug will cut you off. One day you back who's in there. So why people choose to come back around? Like if you got money, you can take it from there. You taking care of folks and stuff. When was the last time you seen him? I ain't seen him, man. I mean, like you ain't hung out with him or been to the club and I'm with him? I ain't been no club. I ain't seen him, man. Alright. When I came back on tour, I went in hospital. I been in hospital. Right, in hospital, I ain't really seen him. Right. What's up to think about all this? She told me to come talk to y'all. She said, if you can help me get out of this situation with me, come talk to y'all. Absolutely. She don't care. She ain't.
Pausing at 335:05 and starting at 3:35:11.
You ain't got no kids yet?
on break, or you wanna keep going?
Keep going about what?
We still got the book. Let it go.
We need some chips in there? Yeah, all over here. What kind of chips you want? I don't know.
What can you eat? You said you're on a live or die.
Eat that.
Yeah.
I don't want you to get sick now.
Don't get sick on our watch.
I'll be alright. No. Maybe I don't need a lot. We use some crackers. Oh, yeah, some chips. Straight Doritos. There's some real.
Talk about the books. Well,
I'll be back. Y'all eat y'all children.
bro, we can't make you no promises, but you're doing a great job.
You know,
Like, you don't even know.
I can express to you. I'm saying, no, I don't want to be sitting in jail.
You don't want to.
Well, when I say I can't even express to you what you're doing right now and just the magnitude of it, and like I said, we don't vouch for too many people. We just don't. Because people say one thing and then they get out and they start doing some more fuck shit. I'm good. I ain't know. This right here called me so late. They find out. I ain't gonna be able to. I'm in Cleveland now. I'm just saying. And you don't want to hang on. I don't want to Cleveland now. Man, something move. You don't want to be nowhere on Cleveland. If I had a plan for you to help you out this situation, man, someone in McCall County, I'm not going out.
What I say these next couple of hours gonna determine the rest of your life. And that's just being real because
Can y'all keep my new like with the court then?
we
I don't know if it's gonna work that fast. Like, I'm saying, can y'all not tell the police my house or something?
all we can do is that.
What we're gonna do is, or what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna speak for myself. When we drop you back off to jail, I'm hopping on the phone with DA's office like ASAP. And you already know investigative authority, he's stand up country, he's gonna do the same thing because we've been working this shit since January. We hopping on the phone ASAP. There's still some stuff we gotta verify what you said, but you, like, I shouldn't see. I want to say, like, even if y'all don't, y'all just reach me out, I'm sorry to y'all from the phone with the case. I can't release you, but I'm telling you, you're gonna have my word that I'm gonna tell these folks the great shit you didn't tell us today.
It feel like weights off your shoulders now.
I just won't get out of here. I know.
I'm just saying though, but it's just to hold on to that hand.
No, I don't have a problem with myself. I want to spend time too. I want to spend time with my family. I understand. But once again, what you have to understand, listen to what you have to understand. If you're let out and you're given a bond, a house arrest, whatever the court decides to do with you, you gotta stay the fuck out. Now, listen to me. You have to stay the fuck out the way. I promise God. Everybody say I promise God, yes you can.
Pausing at 3:38:41. And advancing to 3:39:05.
The wedding concert, I mean, at the compound.
Where you was at?
Yeah, people came out there.
So what happened that night? Y'all was in the studio or what happened?
No, we did, like, we were on. Who I with? I was sure, and chill, what we tweeted called.
What kind of car you was in?
For me, I was in, Bennett's. Look up. What? Okay. Where we at? Where we at before y'all went to concert? Before. So y'all live before first. Those folks want to go to compound because they fear about the beat and all that. Right. She didn't want to go there and be singing.
What kind of car she was in?
What truck?
Kind of truck.
Explorer?
Two-door.
Yeah. Who was where? DK on there for DK on there for DK was in her car. DK, another young man named Book. Book? Yeah. You know the rapper Book? No. This was named DK though. Okay. And when they little partner named Kill. Was in a little sister truck and Shannon.
Shannon was in her car. He wasn't in that car.
Yeah, I told you, but I
so they went to hit the bus.
Yeah.
He got in that car, and then they put where she stayed?
Where she stayed? Which sister is this? Max. That's not one, yeah. Alexis. Well, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
No, you saw them, so you had fire.
That was right. That's why I'm like, he wasn't in that car really. Originally, he was in the car with Lizzie and T.
Yeah.
Okay. Who gun did I recover?
DK gun. You know, you said I met you.
Yeah.
DK gun. Were you out there for that? For actual bus shooting? Okay, lady. Don't even know that.
So, let's take it. Let's go on. So, y'all go to the court. Everybody turn. Then y'all go back to the studio at any time.
No, we went to still there on that night.
But before, y'all went to compound.
I went back to see him before.
And then y'all went straight to compound. So y'all missed them opening. Was y'all with everybody else at the family? And then y'all. But at some point, all of y'all wasn't together. Before y'all got to compound.
Before now. Like me, Matt, I'm listening to everybody until Pee-wee on. We made Pee-wee on that bad on this deal.
Okay. And then y'all left Maddie to compound. Okay. How many cars did you charge?
About 10. You and what you said, white and safe? Yeah. Who was driving that? Chill with.
Dark skin guy?
No. Light skin, dread.
Light skin dread?
Yeah.
Where was Pee-wee?
He ain't married. Who was with him? I don't know who they call him.
So y'all leave the Magic, go to compound.
Yeah.
Once y'all get there, go from there.
Yeah, I ain't know one shot, so we got a lot of niggas on that before. I mean, what was the reason they were trying to get in there? Just going to it, I get it, and why I still shirts on stuff. No. So y'all didn't have an issue with Wayne? Like, what's the issue with Wayne? Well, what was everybody else's issue with Wayne? Pee-wee, like I said, everybody want to make names themselves. Pee-wee don't want to go in up and just get into a point.
So the intention was to go start some shit.
Yeah.
Didn't matter what it was. You ain't know
They
that.
want to get seen. I don't know if they're starting shit or just to get seen. They want to get seen.
Right.
Let them know they were there. And all that. And them people that want to put that, try to come back and keep it up.
I didn't, Officer Booker did.
Somebody grabbed.
What did you behind then?
Well, we found out that you got a gun at.
And I pulled out on y'all.
When they pulled down that side street right there, they like, they put Max in the other car. They put Max in the car with T.
So Max and Shannon switched spots.
Yeah. Told everybody that they was what's it called?
There's no one.
Me in the studio. Say we gonna shoot up the tuba.
So they said it.
Yeah. I don't know if they even think shoot up the tuba.
Who said it?
Who said it? Pee-wee said it. Shannon said it. Who was the most hyped about it? Who was more hyped? Yeah. So where did you go? Once you left compound, I went to the house at third, and then they woke me up. Well, I'm popping shit, we woke me up. B said, hey, studio on plug down. Alright, we plug down. And then they go on. They till 11 from last time I seen you. So everybody met back up at the studio, y'all was chilling there. How long was y'all at the studio? Wow. Hey, I get it, I'll go and come back, but go and ask the phone and cause Thug was in New Orleans right before him. Like, my attention, I don't think Thug knew about it. That's so right.
He maybe didn't call by himself.
Nah, he didn't call somebody, but I don't know.
So somebody didn't call him.
Was Rico with them? Or Rico? Rico,
He got no answers, you ain't call.
we left him at Magic. So he ain't go to compound, he had a show at Magic. I know y'all don't know, you know, Thug. I didn't know him, they said that's Thug artist, so. Probably Thug artist. You know, they say. Yeah.
So after they shot at the bus, what happened? After they shot at the bus, what happened?
Met that studio.
So they came back to Metropolitan.
I am pausing it at 3:45, 57. And advancing to 3:46:19. And as we advance, I have just a few questions. Sergeant Gaither, when Darius Zachary talked about YSL and Rock Crew, was that information that you had before he told you? Or was that the first time you had heard that YSL resulted from a break after people believed that Big Boo snitched?
I had heard that before.
All right, resuming at 3:46:20.
How does Pee Wee fit in all this?
He's cool,
Like, yeah, I thought he was cool with Wayne, then he cool with this person, then I thought he was Irish, then he thought he was a blood. He was a crook.
Burger Street or Rolling City.
Oh my bad.
But since Thug got that burger and got that check on, he whatever.
Is he an actual rapper? Yeah, he rap. I don't do no shows in that, but he really hype man, like, for Thug. Kind of like a Flavor Flav. Yeah. So he gonna do basically whatever Thug say as far as, you know, I need you to.
continuing.
Do you think that Shannon and all them knew before Wayne Bus got shot up that Thug got food in New Orleans? No. You don't think he knew that?
You don't think he was in contact with those?
He FaceTimed the Thug Jones. What about Birdman? I don't think he FaceTimed right when he FaceTimed. I heard he FaceTimed Thug Jones. He was at gas station on Northside Drive. Thug Jones.
He called for him afterwards, though.
No, that's what. Yeah, I can shoot. Yeah, I can shoot.
So, the question that everybody wants to know is, Pee Wee get that order from somebody else to do that? Or did he freelance and did it?
Told you, like, Pee Wee felt like, cause he had Shannon with him, Shannon DK with him. He won't go here, he gonna do it, he gonna get some money.
About the next.
He thought he was gonna get some money from doing this, but he thought he on that. So why would Thug give him money?
But the order didn't order.
Just do it. You know, they didn't want to know. No, that don't make sense. Like, why would he, if anything, the dispute was between Birdman and Wayne, right? About the contract and all this millions of dollars. So why would Shannon and Pee Wee, or Pee Wee think that if I do this, Thug's gonna give me some money? Because, you know, they take Thug and Wayne people, but they want people, but like, about what? Thug really look Wayne. I was like, they do. I know I'm not tripping. Tell you look Wayne. So what was the beef about between Thug and Wayne? But they say something like Wayne be acting anti-social. Like when they got on the kid. Yeah.
He don't get knowledgeable and shit.
Yeah, they don't know.
Like, he ain't even on my level.
Yeah. I guess those felt some type of way. Right. But as far as, like, I ain't never heard, like, those say shoot up, but I ain't hear that. On that, heard that they would get this bus and get some money.
But Pee Wee, on y'all way from Magic City to Compound.
They ain't saying that back.
At what point did it get to y'all better start some shit or be making bad with you?
Shoot. Those sisters, like, go out and like, be seen.
So, so if she was with it, how she with it and Thug was with it?
I'm telling you, I know it's still with me.
But what you
I
got?
got some phone for a few years. Like, you were FaceTime at gas station.
So later everybody got high and then turned like, let's go get it.
Hey, I'll say, you smoke, you drink? No.
What's up with Duke?
Pausing at 3:50:02 and advancing to 3:50:42. And that's number. Picking back up at 3:50:42.
Oh, nah, he just ain't with those too.
Cause he ran out to go.
Yeah.
You don't hear that man, he go off and shoot.
I don't know how he stuff hang with Dog. I told Dog, he hang with people who know who home when you broke.
That what?
That never who home when you broke, he hang.
Somebody else did that. Bring it, man. Them friends bring it out now. But he got that check, so everybody want a piece of.
Stopping at 351.17. Advancing to 352.08.
What Dolly White say?
So who else take the thugs up Central Street? I don't know. I ain't been in the house here. You ain't never been in the house?
Why you ain't never been?
Oh, my house is here.
And Your Honor, by our records, that should, I'm going to continue until the end of this particular interview.
All right.
So you left that out?
Yeah, just moved
You
in.
left that out.
Why? When I go to see pre-trial.
No, you did not before.
That's why I go out.
Bigger.
Yeah, when I go see pre-trial, I get excuse, bro.
Like, on the real, have you ever left it on just break?
I'm gonna go to the store.
Let me know the stuff.
I called him and know.
You gotta step out.
You ask him that, when I go pay now, it don't be a lot of places like with that. I don't have no permission for.
Yeah.
So you ain't had no violations, nothing with it? No.
What would he tell you happened to that gun that the stick you bought for him?
I bought him. He say, first he tell me that his brother had got it. His brother had, cause most of me told him like, get that gun back, you should never did that. Right. And then, I was trying to get back to him, their brother, got his brother out of town and all that. The brother was saying, call him. Yeah. So what did you get? Because the gun cost like $1,000, right? Yeah. Did he pay you anything to get it? No. You just did out the kindness of your heart? You know all the shit he was wrapped up in. Like, he tell me like, it's for their house, it's for, like, he got kids in the house, they know he's dead and all that. Okay. Then, he tripped, he the gun back. And then, most of my niggas be saying, gun, no trick you at all.
Where your other gun?
I told you that I had always somebody.
You saw, so you gave him guns and said?
No, I told him, like, put me in funds on payout, and I can turn up that on who is this person? Who is this person? Come on, be honest, I heard you kind of, who? Your brother. Who brother? Who brother? The big dude? I guess. You want to say about him? Yeah. He bad? Yeah. I mean, I ain't seen him in there.
Is this the gun? There you go. That's the gun you bought.
Yeah, but me and someone, we went to report the store, they won't let me do it.
Who won't let you do it?
On Thanksgiving.
I think it's the police station.
No, he told me that he was down there.
Who else is that? Say something.
How you get so fascinated with guns? Like, you ruining your own name. When I bought the gun, I told him I bought the gun. They shot it on the car. That was your first time buying a gun?
Why are you always on the same job?
Cause I be moving. Yeah, that ain't being that video.
Who ain't being in that?
I said, that ain't being that video.
That ain't you. That's you in the back seat. Who else in the car? Who else in the back seat?
On the chance ring. That ain't video.
It's you. It's Sharon.
No, my person.
Who was on that other thing?
My favorite is like, 30, Shannon. You need to stay away from him. Period. I know that.
You just saw him in the video with the gun.
It was very like a quality grab gun.
You're doing too much. I got 4 good videos with guns involving you. Come on, man. You can't play like that. And then somebody else will talk to you. I'm gonna step back. Just be honest with them too. All right.
These questions really need to be, whatever question this man got, for the federal agents because of these guns. Like these, they don't have no sympathy. Like me, I got sympathy because I know you ain't out there like but
Sorry. Yeah, you back on me? You ready, girl?
Yeah. Let's be honest. They you start doing shit with guns and all that shit, that's what I'm saying. No, that's what I'm saying. You don't want to, so be honest. It's basically the same question they asked you about the gun movie and stuff like that. He got himself wrapped up in some other shit. So whatever question this man had with you, please don't stop too. No BS. Because that's one system you don't want to get caught up. What I told you, I'm gonna fit. No. Your criminal history is not bad. That's what saves you. Because you ain't been in a lot of shit before. I think.
So, right here. Excuse me. What's going on?
Your Honor, I was speaking to them about the,
Now's not the time for that.
okay.
Misdemeanor gun charge before. That's not bad. That gun had caught with for misdemeanor. No, it wasn't. Oh, was it legal for that gun? It's modified. I don't know. Yeah. Hey, come on. Hey, what's up, y'all? All right, this is, you want to stay? Stay. It don't matter. I need a little break. Yeah.
Sergeant Gaither, does this end your portion of the interview with Quindarius Zachary?
Yes.
Do you continue at any point, or do you go back and watch this where he's talking to the federal agents, or?
No, I had no reason.
Okay. I'm going to show you what has been already admitted as State's Exhibit 510 Yankee and ask you, take a look at it. Have you seen 510 Yankee before that photograph?
Yes.
Was that the photograph? Was Quindarius Zachary ever asked about this particular photograph during the interview that we just saw?
Yes, this is the picture that Investigator Thorpe showed him. And asked him when did it occur.
And asked him when it occurred?
When was the photo taken?
All right. Could we display 510 Yankee? Oh, I need to stop shooting. When you spoke with Quindarius Zachary about
where he was the night of Donovan Thomas's murder. Is what I'm holding in 510 Yankee the place that he described as the thug's condo?
Yes,
Do you know the name of this apartment complex or condominium complex?
Sky House,
And who is displayed to your knowledge in 510 Yankee?
Shannon Jackson.
Alright. And is that the photo that he said, or Mr. Zachary said he took either in December or January of 2015?
Yes.
I'm now showing you what has already been admitted as State's Exhibit 477 Yankee. Do you recognize the people who's shown in 477 Yankee?
Yes.
Could you please display 477 Yankee on the screen? Do you see Mr. Zachary in that photograph?
Yes.
All right. Is he the person with the red hat on?
Yes.
Who else is he in the photograph with, to your knowledge?
The black hoodie, Mr. Sledge, Muntung, and Mr. Williams with the gray hoodie.
All right. And showing you State's 482 Yankee. Do you recognize the persons shown in 482 Yankee?
Yes.
Who do you see in 482 Yankee?
Mr. Zachary up front with the gray hoodie. Shannon Jackson with the black hoodie with white words. And Mr. Kendricks with the long black jacket with a white t-shirt underneath.
Thank you.
I need for y'all to stick around. Don't let them leave.
I'm now going to show you what we have marked, and Your Honor, we shared, and I'm not going to display, but I'm going to show Sergeant Gaither pages 204, 195, 181, 175, 170, 153, 152, 143, 142, 131, 129, 128, 127, 126, 122, 119, 117, 81, 79, and 12 of State's 526 Yankee, which has not been admitted.
Okay.
But I'm showing Sergeant Gaither these exhibits, and I've labeled them as 526 Yankee Alpha through 526 Yankee.
Okay.
Showing you 526 Yankee Alpha. Do you recognize the people shown in 526 Yankee Alpha?
Yes, a few of them.
All right. Is Quindarius Zachary in that photograph?
Yes.
Did you ever get the opportunity to review Quindarius Zachary's IG, Twitter, social media, or anything like that?
His Instagram page I have.
Okay, his Instagram page. All right. And I'm going to show you, because this is a little bit bigger, State's Exhibit 526 Yankee Beta and asked you if you recognize the people shown in 526 Yankee Beta.
Yes.
And do you recognize the location shown in 526 Yankee Beta?
Yes.
Is that an accurate reflection of the persons, images of the people shown in 526 Yankee Beta and the location shown in 526 Yankee Beta?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state tenders 526 Yankee Beta as evidence.
Any objection? All right, it's admitted.
Showing you 526 Yankee Charlie. Do you recognize the persons shown in?
I'm sorry, Judge, I objected to the
Oh, I'm
last
sorry, I thought
exhibit.
you said no objection. You gotta use your mic. Not admitted.
Okay.
You'll have to take that up. And yeah, I know we haven't gone over any of this yet, so it may be,
That's correct.
it may be that we need to break and deal with.
I don't have to tender it now, no, so that we
Okay.
cannot.
All right, then just don't tender them yet.
Okay. Without publishing and without admitting, is the court allowed, I mean,
You can show her whatever you want.
Okay.
If you need, if you're just saying what are you asking her? What are you planning to ask?
the next question will be who's depicted in this and the location.
We probably don't need to get into the substance of what's shown before we know whether they're gonna be admissible.
Okay. But then the next question will be, were the people and the location in 526 Yankee Beta discussed in the interview with Quindarius Zachary?
Okay, that's fine.
Were the people and the location in 526 Yankee Beta discussed during your interview with Mr. Zachary?
Objection for the same reason.
All right, let's just deal with it outside the presence of the jury. So why don't we break for the day? Y'all get to go home a few minutes early. Remind y'all, don't talk about the case. Don't let anybody talk about the case with you. Don't look at any kind of accounts, no matter where they might show up about this trial or anybody involved in it. And we'll see you at 9 in the morning. Thank you. All of their cameras away and let the witness leave. Okay, sit.
You want the camera on?
Huh?
You want the camera on?
Who's?
This one here.
Doesn't matter. That's fine, that's fine. Okay. We have a problem, and I don't know if it was any of you, but we need to get to the bottom of it, or I'm gonna have to excuse everybody from utilizing cameras anymore. Because there is an instruction that this witness not be in any way filmed or documented, no visual images of this witness. And some person who I have no idea who is from Adam has just emailed that they and shown a picture that is now documented all over the internet of this witness today, clearly sitting in the witness box being examined by Miss Love, and it is a full-on image of the witness. And so we need to get to the bottom of who took it and sent it to somebody else. And it was posted by somebody named Empress Fox, Protect the Flag America, I guess, 2028. With the disclaimer, this was sent to me. I didn't take the photo or own it. So, one by one.
I'll say stills.
I can't, you know what? Everybody come up individually to a microphone somewhere so that I can hear you, identify yourself, and say what you need to say. Does that micro? Good afternoon.
So I just, I'm not the leader. I just wanted to be the first one to say that I'm not allowed cell phones or cameras. It's on no order. I definitely did not take the picture. The picture did come to my attention. I got here a little bit late today, but there was a camera device. Someone was definitely taking pictures today. And I know one of the people who was taking pictures was Miss L.J. Hall, PhD. Not for sure she took the picture, but she definitely had a camera.
Okay. All right. And remind me your name, I'm sorry.
Yes, my name is Nicole Borden.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
I think that's what you gave that you talked about the room for the two sake and you gave her hers.
And she was
See what she
Miss
wanted.
Sylvia.
Yeah, you gave her permission to do still photos, but not on these. You weren't supposed to do it.
Hey, I only
Hello.
hi, I was live streaming, that's it. I didn't take any pictures.
Ma'am.
I live stream, I didn't take any pictures.
Okay. I mean, you've got a couple, 2 or 3 different devices going over there at once at some points in time. And it looks like sometimes you do take photos. Are you taking photos?
Yeah, I only take photos of the defendant, that's
All
it.
right.
Or you,
You are
or I take pictures of you.
representing to the court that you did not take
No.
any pictures, any images of this witness. All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Do you know anything at all about anyone who did and or how this got out there?
I only know one person that was taking pictures, the same person that she said.
She signed in right
She signed in
here.
with her too.
All right. And ma'am, I don't even know who you are back there, but
No, she not even allowed to have her.
okay. No. All right. Sorry to have, okay. All right. Thank you. I will do a show cause order to Ms. Hall and we'll find out from her. Okay. That's it for this part of the proceedings. All right. So if Ms. Love, you're gonna wanna deal with the rest of, hang on. And tell her to bring all of her equipment. If you are gonna want to introduce all of those exhibits, we're gonna have to hash out the admissibility of them. So I had thought you were gonna introduce them with Mr. Sprinkle, but
I was, and I took out ones that specifically were pertinent to the interview that Sergeant Gaither had, because there was she had knowledge and could testify about people that were pertinent to what she and Mr. Zachary discussed in the interview. In other words, for instance, during the interview, you hear them talking about the dugout. There are pictures in the exhibits that I showed her of Mr. Zachary and Quentin Porter at the dugout. You hear Mr. Zachary talking about a person named Gucci Red. There, 526 Yankee Charlie is a picture of Mr. Zachary and Gucci Red.
okay.
You hear,
So I guess what I need to know is, do you want/need to have these admitted with this witness?
yes, the ones that I selected, not the whole 526 Yankee.
Okay, so so I guess that means we're gonna need to sort out the admissibility of them now, which is what we're gonna have to do. So can you, tell me in number, not reverse number order, what they are?
Yes,
Or just hand them to me and I'll write them down?
yes,
That might
either
be
way,
faster.
sure. And we can also email the PowerPoint to the court.
Oh, I think y'all already, I did PowerPoint, just the exhibit list. Yeah, you already did. I just need to know which ones we need to litigate right now. So where are the page numbers? Miss Love, where are the page numbers?
Your Honor, I have the page numbers and I can show the court the actual images. Let me just.
You know what, let's just let's just start in numerical order and not reverse numerical order, just because it'll make my brain less crazed. And go see if there's objection to them. So if everybody wants to pull up their scanned document that was sent over the other day, so that we can all be looking at them, I'll have to find it. Your scan. All right, I think your first one was either 12 or 16.
It is, and, Your Honor, I know what the court said, we're just gonna try and make it as simple as possible.
Okay.
And we're sending to the court the way it's gonna be displayed in electronic form, so that the court can look at it and it's not terribly confusing.
Okay, so it is gonna be displayed differently than what it is on the scan that you sent yesterday?
Yes,
Okay.
because, yes,
Well, can you just send it to everybody?
yes, everyone else has it, the court.
Oh, only the court doesn't have it. Okay.
Sorry.
All right, send it on. So this is different than what you sent Ms. Percifield yesterday?
It's select ones from what I sent Ms. Percival yesterday.
Okay, but do they look the same as what you sent? Because I don't mind just looking on there. I think
Okay,
it just
so it's
arrived, so that's cool. I am opening it up now. Okay, got it.
Okay, so,
And if A is whatever the last one instead of the first one, that's fine, as long as we're all looking at the same thing. All right. So is everybody on the 526Y A through whatever it's gonna be? All right. Any objection to A? All right, then what is it?
I don't believe it was tendered yet, but,
Well,
the witness.
I don't know if it has been or not, but
I-
the assumption is all of these are gonna get tendered with Detective Gaither, so.
Detective Gaither stated, I recognize some of the individuals depicted. So I'm objecting to the entire photograph going in.
we have no problem with not tendering that one through
All right.
Sergeant Gaither.
Okay. B.
I just don't know the purpose of.
Well, that's not a good objection. I mean, it might ultimately be a relevance objection. Okay.
Relevance and its admission against Mr. Nichols. It's not an inconsistent statement in any way. It doesn't involve Mr. Nichols in any way. It's not a co-conspirator statement. Why is it coming in?
So, relevance objection.
Your Honor, the photograph, so backing up, one of the, I believe the defense is going to make every effort to, one, discredit what was said during the interview of Mr. Zachary. What these photographs show are, and the jury has already heard, we did not get them admitted, but I think it was admitted that 526 Yankee it's the Twitter record pulled by DDA Sprinkle.
Right.
That belonged to Quindarius Zachary.
Yes.
So as much as that is before the jury, and these photographs that Sergeant Gaither recognizes as depicting pertinent portions of her conversation with Mr. Zachary, pertinent portions of Mr. Zachary's interactions with defendants in this case, I would ask that, or I submit that the relevance threshold has been greatly exceeded. For instance, Mr. Zachary is talking about at some point during the interview how Rock Crew started, why he has an association with someone from MDC. He's from Capitol Homes, me and Moot from Capitol Homes. He knows Big Boo. 526 Yankee Alpha is Big Boo. It is not only Big Boo, it is Big Boo and Mr. Zachary in the dugout.
Okay, all right. Overruled.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand that the entire group was admitted yesterday. I
Oh,
thought.
it wasn't. None of it was. It was just with Mr. Sprinkle, he identified the whole group as
That's right.
he had the
That's
Twitter
correct.
feed. None of it has been admitted, and we said, we'll have to take this up. So now some of it she wants admitted, specifically these things that are in this exhibit, composite exhibit. So we're litigating their admissibility.
Right, but maybe I missed it. I still don't see how this comes in against Mr. Nichols.
Judge.
Well, it's a RICO case and it may or may not have anything to do. I mean, I doubt I don't know how the jury is gonna interpret this.
It's neither a prior consistent or a prior inconsistent
It's
statement.
just evidence.
It is nothing. It's nothing. That's
It's
what I
a
mean.
picture showing that the two of these people were related and they are at least at some point in their lives at the, what is it called? Dugout.
Oh, all right, I'm
So-
gonna have the same objection to every single one of these photographs insofar as it is being admitted against Mr. Nichols. It is not anything that's relevant to a prior inconsistent statement or a prior consistent statement. It may be admitted insofar as it's admitted against the witness, but not against Mr. Nichols. You can't just keep saying, oh, this is a RICO case, so everything comes in. So I'm objecting. Thank you for a continuing objection. I'll not whine with regard to each photograph. How's that?
Okay, that's fine. I mean, not every bit of evidence in a trial is a prior consistent or inconsistent statement. There's, and relevance is a very low threshold. Okay.
Your Honor, could I whine just briefly?
Sure.
Yes. So this photo, and I think it's going to be for a lot of these. I could see if Mr. Zachary said, "Oh, I don't know who Big Boo is. I've never met a Big Boo." He's testified to.
Okay, I mean, I understand, but it's, it's got some probative value and it has little to no prejudicial impact. So it's in.
Your Honor,
Yes,
just for the record, I believe that it was referred to by the prosecutor as 526YA, but YA is not, it's withdrawn, and this is
Yeah.
YB.
Yeah, right.
Thank you.
Yes. Okay. Moving on to C.
Well, Your Honor,
And
allow
you
me
can
to keep my
just,
seat.
Mr. Harvey, have a continuing objection to all of these, and my ruling will probably be the same.
May I stay seated?
I suppose.
I'll stay.
I don't care.
Okay.
It's fine. I can probably hear you better if you're seated anyway. All right,
So
C,
526.
hang on. Any objection to C other than the general relevance one that we already discussed.
I don't know if a foundation can be laid, so I don't want to waive that, Your Honor.
So what I asked the witness is whether she recognizes the persons in the photograph that Mr. Zachary posted on October 20th, 2014 on his Twitter feed. She will be able to say yes, she's seen them. The person, the female in the picture is the person Mr. Zachary refers to as Gucci Red, and Mr. Zachary is in the photograph. This witness knows who Gucci Red is. The jury has now heard Mr. Zachary's comments about a Gucci Red. So I believe, given that the jury knows that this came from Mr. Zachary's Twitter account, that this witness can identify the people in it, that a foundation can be laid or has been laid.
Okay, and your purpose for showing this would just be to show that the two of them do in fact know each other and hang out, I guess,
Not
or
hang out,
whatever, I don't know, what?
Not hang out, well, okay, I mean that they.
Associate with one
Yes,
another?
yes.
Okay. And foundationally speaking, do you have a further objection or?
I'll object to where it's written at the very top, Your Honor. Gucci Red begging. I don't really understand why that's coming in.
Okay.
So it was, Mr. Zachary's posts, given that he is an unindicted co-conspirator in this case, his posts and the words he makes, unless there are other people, generally when we have social media pictures being admitted, we take out other people's comments that are not either a witness or a defendant, but the comments, the captions of the persons that are co-conspirators in this case, they are left. This is one where he says, this is Gucci Red begging. So I don't think she's begging. I don't know what she's doing. All I know is that he posted a photo of himself and the person he calls Gucci Red, who he has a protracted conversation with detectives Gaither and Dennis about during this interview. So I would ask that the words, the photograph, and the date, and the social media handle, and the picture of the person who is the owner of the account all be shown to the jury.
The rule is that it has to further the conspiracy or further the interests of the gang. And I don't see any purpose. And to say that it's an admission by a unindicted co-conspirator, I don't know what that's admitting. An admission means it's admitting some sort of guilt. That's the definition of it. Your Honor, I cite to Alexander, Alexander versus State, 371 Georgia Appeal, 532, it's in Division 2, it's 2024 case. And it just gives, it's a gang case, Your Honor. And all they say, it's well written actually, but what the Court of Appeal says is that you need to show, not you, the state needs to show, it's not just evidence of a gang member. You have to show that somehow it furthered some interest.
Right.
So I just don't understand. I'm objecting. You're going to ask me what's the prejudice, so I'm going to tell you I don't know if there is prejudice.
We'll take it out, Your Honor, the words.
They'll take it out. Okay, any objection to D?
that the printout, I'm looking at the printout, so if I'm wrong, it's not intentional, because it's kind of small. I don't see people that I recognize in this photo, so I don't know what the relevance would be.
Ms. Love?
Mr. Zachary is in this photograph. Mr. Stevens is in this photograph, and Sergeant Gaither can tell the rest of the people who are in this photograph if, this is, I believe that this is the inside of the dugout, and the caption, "Ball up them slimes, they going 7:30," and this is taken, or posted rather, October 25th, 2014.
Okay, well, I assume that the what was written is coming out.
No, that one.
Well, okay, I'm gonna argue to the court that this does not fall under 801 D2E. So the words would be redacted. So they're not statements by a co-conspirator that are furthering anything. And quite frankly, I don't know what the relevance of a picture of, I don't know, a dozen young men. One of them, I'm being told, is Trontavious Stevens, and one being Quindarius Zachary. I don't know what the relevance really is, but
The relevance, Your Honor, is ball up them slimes. I think later on at other points in other portions of this, these photographs, we'll see other instances where Mr. Zachary replaces C's with B's. It shows his association with another YSL member. It shows and proves there is an us, there is an enterprise, there is the existence of the enterprise, which is an element of count one. And it goes, this is a post made October 25th, 2014. So I believe that the relevance threshold has been met, and the assertion, the caption to the photo is Mr. Zachary promoting the enterprise through his words.
All right, I'm gonna overrule the objection. E? Any objection? Any evidentiary objection beyond just, we rather not have this in?
no, it's just because, Your Honor, we previously litigated another group of social media posts that involved, my recollection, Quindarius Zachary.
Right.
And if you recall, we were arguing, okay, well, one photo is enough to show an association between someone and someone else, and the rest are cumulative.
Right.
And I just don't have in front of me right now those other ones. So to the extent that this is cumulative of showing Mr. Zachary and Mr. Garlington shooting the bird, then I would object that it's cumulative.
All right. Any response?
Yes, this is not 12 photos shown on the same day. This is another instance of Mr. Zachary on this particular date in this photograph with Demekion Garlington using B's instead of C's, calling Mr. Garlington his slime at 30D. We can.
Do we already have something similar, a photograph of the two of them together using any kind of alleged gang language? I feel like we do.
And Your Honor, so in as much as with this particular one, I can withdraw this particular one, but there is a different one, 526 Yankees. I don't know what G is, but G.
Okay. G, I don't know what G is either.
Golf. That's what they tell me.
Yes. Okay. Anyway, let's move on to F.
Okay.
So that's withdrawn.
Actually, and I'm withdrawing F as well.
Withdrawn, okay. So on to golf. Yeah.
Now, golf has Mr. Zachary posting the 3 snakes, a heart, YSL, 30 deep.
All right, I don't think we have that yet. Any objection beyond relevance or cumulative? Well, nobody voiced any objections, but I assume that's what they would be.
Cumulative, and I don't recall if the other group of photos involving Mr. Zachary have been admitted at this point. I would just ask that if they haven't been admitted, the state just needs to pick which ones they really think are important and not just have a bunch of pictures of Mr. Zachary, Mr. Garlington. So if they haven't been admitted and this is the one they want, then it wouldn't be cumulative, but another one that they said they wanted last time we did this would be cumulative.
I believe that the proper evaluation of whether any evidence should be excluded based on a cumulative argument is whether it is so cumulative as to amount to a waste of time and or undue prejudice against the defendant. And I don't believe that this falls anywhere near
Actually,
that.
those are all different things. Those are all different reasons things could be kept out under 403, but I don't find this so cumulative that I'm gonna keep it out. So that one is in. H.
Madam Chair,
Yes, yes. Any objection to H?
Okay. Okay. What is the, I have a relevance objection, Your Honor,
Okay,
and happy birthday, Diamante.
relevance.
It shows his association with a person that he told police killed Donovan Thomas. It shows his association with a person who is on trial. It shows him,
Let me know who that is.
Demonte Kendrick. My apologies.
Yeah, I'm sorry, that appears to be Mr. Kendrick, Your Honor.
Monty, yes. It is bullying with my N on his B date at Monty Rebel 100. And then there's a green snake emoji. And this was posted November 20th, 2014.
Okay, and do we have other photos of Mr. Zachary and Mr. Kendrick together with just the two of them?
Not that I can think of.
I can't think of any either.
I don't recall seeing one. If any others come in the future, we'll obviously object at that point.
All right,
I don't think we have any others,
okay,
especially on
so
November
this
20th.
is
They clearly don't hang out much together.
overruled. I. Any objection to I?
Your Honor, I think we're going to withdraw I.
Okay.
Okay.
J? Objection to J.
And just for the record, this is,
Okay, so no objection from anybody to J. All right. I can't hear you.
Objection to J on behalf of Mr.
Okay.
Stillwell, but I don't speak for
Doesn't
him.
sound like there's one from anybody else, so that would, we'll move on to K.
Object to K, Your Honor.
All right,
I don't-
basis,
I don't know the reason that it's coming in. It would be a gentleman named Fat and Mr. Zachary.
so relevance,
this is a person that Mr. Murphy told police was a participant in the Dexter Montgomery incident. This is Mr. Kuykendall, and what we see is Mr. Zachary posting himself with and tagging this person at Young Fat 4 with a green snake emoji, a red heart, a red square with a white B, and a 100 on December 1st, 2014. So it's associations with yet another person we believe is associated with the group.
My memory is that none of the people on trial confronted Mr. Murphy about Fat, and I believe the state's witness said that they did not believe that Fat was involved. And even if some of that's wrong, which I'm not saying any of it's wrong, I don't know what this picture does. So I'm objecting to we have a tremendous record. I mean, I don't know how many photographs, but this has to be 1,000 plus.
Okay.
So I'm objecting.
all right, I don't think that there's a photo of these two people together, and it would be probative of his ability to know what it is he at least said in the interview, considering they associate. So I'm gonna admit that over objection.
Your Honor, the next
You
one is
say that they speak about in the interview, it's two different people. The interview was Mr. Walter Murphy, you didn't see. This is Mr. Zachary, who we just testified last week. So it's not the same people associating.
Who is the other person in this picture besides Mr. Zachary?
Mr. Kuykendall.
And you're saying what about him?
That I believe he's another associate. This is the person that Mr. Murphy, Mr. Steele is correct. It was during our presentation of the evidence of the Dexter Montgomery shooting, told police that Mr. Kuykendall was a part of the shooting itself. He was never charged. He is just an associate. It shows his association with yet another associate of YSL. It just shows more of the association of persons within the enterprise. And I won't fight hard over it. I can not have that
I
one.
did misunderstand that one,
think that's-
so, yeah, we'll,
Yeah,
you can either withdraw that or I'll,
yes, we'll withdraw it.
okay.
And the next one is the same as 526 Yankee.
L,
Actually, so
oh, so that's a duplicate. So
it's a
you'll-
different date, but it's a duplicate photo, so we'll,
Okay, withdraw.
yes.
M, as in Mike. Isn't that the same thing we saw before, just with a different?
Person, yeah. We can
Withdraw.
take this one out, yes.
Okay. N. Bless you. Any objection to in November?
I did.
Okay,
Your Honor, that's Mr. Copeland, if you remember, in the hat. That's Mr. Williams, I recognize. And we have a series, I don't know how many, but a series of the same photos of Mr. Copeland and Mr. Williams that you permitted into evidence. So I'll object.
And Your Honor, this is not to show that Mr. Copeland associates with Mr. Williams. This is Mr. Zachary, also an associate, but an unindicted co-conspirator, posting 9 days before one of the acts and counts in this indictment, a picture of two YSL associates, as the state alleges, and the caption "ain't going back and forth" with Mr. Copeland and Mr. Williams. So we believe that his posting of the photograph on his Twitter page and the arguments I'm certain that will be made regarding Mr. Zachary's affiliation or affinity towards certain people, I believe that it's very relevant. So it passes that threshold, and there's nothing, we don't believe it's cumulative.
all right, overruled.
Can I just make a statement for the record?
Sure.
I believe that this should have been put upon Mr. Zachary then. It's his out-of-court statement. I have no idea why this is some sort of 9 days before, like there was a plan of killing. That there's no evidence that this was a planned killing that we've heard yet. And there's other exhibits that have been admitted over objection from Mr. Garlington's, who's not a witness, his social media post saying we ain't going back and forth on a table with Mr. Williams, Mr. Garlington, and there's money on the table. So that's my objection. I understand your ruling. That's my objection.
Okay. All right, and I actually don't understand the state's position to be that it was a planned killing. I think this is, as I understood her to be
Correct.
saying, just very close in time, they are associated closely enough that he's able to have this picture and post it. Okay. Oscar.
This,
Is there an objection?
This has been litigated before in a different group of photos, so I believe it's in evidence.
Okay.
Yeah, so he's correct. This picture is in evidence. The January 2nd and posting by Quindarius Zachary is not. And I don't think that the date is in. It might be, but the posting by Mr. Zachary is not. And if I'm wrong, I withdraw it. I don't believe that this is in. I will check.
You mean the date?
Yes, yes. We'll withdraw it because it's the date. Wait, let's see. All right. 480 Yankee is in.
And is there a date on it?
My apologies. We are confirming that it's
Okay.
in.
Is the, oh, I'm sorry.
So it wasn't admitted, so what, about 480 Yankee was not
Okay,
admitted, so this is
all
not,
right, so it's not cumulative, so, apparently that whatever other one was not admitted, so, I'll admit this one over a cumulative objection.
and Your Honor, given
Yes.
what 480 Yankee is, if, since they are the same, we would ask to introduce 480 Yankee instead of 524 Yankee Oscar. 526 Yankee Oscar.
And what's the difference between the two?
The 480 Yankee is posted on Mr. Zachary's Instagram page, and it's the same date, but he tags the people who are in the photo.
Sure. Can y'all,
Definitely.
Did you send it to me?
We're sharing now on the screen. Here it is on the screen in front of me.
What do you think, my brother? They wanted it because it's, yeah.
okay, well, it's up to y'all which one y'all want to use.
480 Yankee, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, we are now at 526 YP as in Papa. Any objection? Nope.
We have a picture of these four gentlemen in elevator, it appears, or some sort of structure in 526 Yankee. Oh, whatever O is.
Yeah.
And then we got in the same elevator, Shannon eating potato chips next to Mr. Zachary. I just don't see what we're doing.
On a different
Relevance.
On a different day, Mr. Zachary is posting another photo of him alongside the defendant. He tells the police, killed Donovan Thomas Jr. and was at the Lil Wayne bus shooting and had guns. And he is posting a picture of him, not in a threatening way, not saying I hate him or I'm trying to get him in trouble, but he is posting a picture of him to show we perceive it as his affinity towards him. They are friends, they are associates, they are close, and it is relevant, we believe, for the jury to be able to infer their relationship.
All right, I'll admit it.
Well, I'll point out that one is January 2nd, one's January 3rd. They're wearing the same clothes. It's probably something that was taken just before midnight and then just after midnight. So I don't really see, but I don't know.
Okay.
I wouldn't be posting multiple pictures of somebody that I hate.
All right, I've made my ruling. Q, Quebec. It's in. Your objection is overruled. Objection to Q.
Judge, this one is-
Hang on, can I interrupt for a minute? And so I'm getting a question from a judge in another court about our need for Special Agent Bernie tomorrow because that person's supposed to be testifying in a case that they have ongoing right now. Can you take Bernie sometime other than, were you planning to take Bernie
Yes.
tomorrow?
Yes, we were planning to take him today if we got through Sergeant Gaither today. Or yesterday if we got through.
Okay, do
Sergeant.
you know what time? Like, we still have to get through Detective Gaither. How much longer do we have with Detective Gaither?
I just probably have another hour maybe.
Okay, all right. Okay, then they plan to, it would work then for them to take Bernie in Cobb County at 9. They think he should be out of there by 10, which would put him here at 10:30.
Under great circumstances.
No, not, yeah, I mean, I would think that would be on me if we have to waste some time, okay? All right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Okay, back to Q. Is there objection to Q?
I think we're withdrawing Q.
Oh, okay. Are we going to Y or YY?
Good.
Okay, good. Then we're almost done. Any objection to R?
I object. Your Honor, there's already a picture of that gentleman that was just put in by Detective Gaither.
Okay. And what's the response on the
That-
evidence?
That is twofold. One, the picture put in of Demise McMullen by Detective Gaither is surveillance footage that doesn't